Welcome to Hogwarts Legacy. You're a new student at the famed School of Witchcraft and Wizardry with a unique ability to manipulate powerful ancient magic hidden in the wizarding world. You'll need to uncover what's behind the return of this forgotten magic and who is seeking to harness it to destroy wizard kind, as you may be the one that decides the fate of the entire wizarding world. But before you can study magic and begin to solve these mysteries, you must create the witch or wizard you want to be. When you arrive at Hogwarts, you will be sorted into one of the 4 Hogwarts houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. After you settle into your dormitory, you will meet up with your housemates in the common room. You will then need to attend classes, and you do have some catching up to do, as you were starting Hogwarts late as a 5th year.
So you are the new student.
You'll begin your studies attending charms, defense against the dark arts, herbology, and potions classes, to name a few.
Hello, class. Please welcome the newest rose in our garden.
Shall we begin? Welcome to Year 5 of Charms. Now, this will be a crucial year in your education on the art of charm work, but I am confident that we will take hold with the passion and rigor requisite of such a challenge.
The best way to practice is by dueling. We'll start with you two.
Time for a proper Hogwarts welcome.
You may begin.
Not bad for a beginner.
Potions is one of the most challenging and hazardous subjects taught at this school.
Here you'll meet your professors and learn to cast spells, grow magical plants, brew potions, and more. In between classes, you'll be able to explore the castle famous for its secrets, enchantments, and mysteries. You'll discover dungeons and secret passageways, as well as challenging puzzles that will require magical skill and a clever mind to solve. You may even find yourself in iconic locations you've never been able to explore before. It's the late 1800s, so while the common rooms and classes may be familiar, most of your professors will not be. However, you may recognize a few faces.
All in good fun. Once Sir Patrick lets me join the Headless Hunt, I'll be right there with them. This offering is sure to win them over.
Don't forget why I'm here, sir.
You'll come to know this eclectic group of talented witches and wizards in class and while completing side assignments that are part of a special curriculum, ones designed to help you catch up with the other 5th years at your own speed.
Lumos.
Opportunities for adventure abound in the area surrounding Hogwarts. The magical abilities you learn to master through your schoolwork will soon become tested as you unravel a dangerous mystery by working alongside the accomplished and yet enigmatic Professor Fig to try and discover if the rumors of a mounting goblin rebellion hold any weight, and if the safety of Hogwarts lies in the balance.
I have opinions differ as to how great a threat he really is.
Ranrock's loyalists are capable of so much more than people realize.
The wizarding world of this era is fraught with dangers. Creatures corrupted by a magical force, powerful goblins, and sinister witches and wizards, all willing to fight, even kill, to achieve their own goals. In fact, there's an uneasy alliance between the goblins and dark wizards.
You said you could get to the child when they came to Hogsmeade. That all you needed was a distraction. I gave you a distraction.
I just watched a student take down your distraction. Who is this child? Are you not telling me?
But perhaps you shouldn't involve yourself with that just yet.
Let's go.
enemies possess unique defensive and offensive abilities, including blasting curses, stunning spells, enchanted weaponry, and more. While some may attack directly, others might enchant and incapacitate you. Mastery of the shield charm allows you to deflect ranged spells and direct weapon strikes.
Defender! Applaud!
Counterattack with powerful stunning charms, allowing you to follow up with extended spell combinations. Students who become particularly adept at spellcasting will find many ways to exploit their enemy's weakness. Slam with Descendo. Roast with Incendio. Devastate your enemies using various finishes. You can even use the mysterious, powerful magic your professors do not understand to obliterate your strongest foes. Mixing and matching dozens of spells will let you define your combat style. On your path to become the ultimate duelist.
Perhaps you'd be good enough to blast each other to pieces on your own time.
In addition to classes and spells, you'll have access to a deep set of upgrades, talents, and skills to aid your progression as a wizard. Complete challenges throughout the world to earn experience. Level up your abilities by choosing talents to upgrade your spells, plants, and potions to increase their power. Decide which talents best fit your playstyle to allow you to focus on your favorite types of magic. You can also loot, buy, or craft your own magical gear that will increase your offensive and defensive capabilities in combat. Gear can be upgraded and specialized to allow for greater abilities for your chosen playstyle.
Use a strong, even motion when cutting your ingredients.
Spells are not the only tools at your disposal in combat. As you hone your wand skills, you can continue to further your magical education at Hogwarts, progressing your development as a witch or wizard. Brew potions that can increase your power when you need a boost. Grow and deploy magical plants to mob the battlefield and keep your enemies at bay. You can even unleash deadly mandrake seedlings to incapacitate unsuspecting enemies. In Beasts class, you will learn about a variety of magical beasts you might encounter, both at school and as you explore the world surrounding the castle and its grounds.
The goal of today is to remind all of you how to maneuver on a broomstick safely.
Learning and mastering broomflight is highly recommended so that you may travel around the world more quickly.
I want you to do my herbology homework.
You're despicable.
Some abilities may be taught to you by students who become your friends. As you develop relationships with these schoolmates, they can accompany you on your journey as your companions. And over time, you'll learn their stories.
This is our chance.
Natsai Onai is a brave adventurer driven by the justice she seeks. Poppy Sweeting has a kind heart and loves magical beasts, connecting with them more easily than with humans.
What happens now?
Unafraid of detention or breaking the rules,
Sneaking in the restricted section again!
is Sebastian Sallow, a charismatic Slytherin
We've been over this, boy. Fiddlefigs cannot reverse a curse.
with a troubling family secret.
Nothing can. The sooner you accept that reality, the better.
You'll meet these students and more as you explore common rooms, hallways between classes, and regular gathering areas.
Welcome to the Room of Requirement.
One of the most remarkable secrets of Hogwarts is known as the Room of Requirement. You're introduced to this space that seems to sense what you need and then provides it for you. Since you need to catch up to your peers, the room provides space for you to sow and harvest plants, brew potions, and upgrade your gear. A helpful house elf named Deke helps you discover vivariums that allow you to nurture your own menagerie of magical beasts.
What is it? Deke isn't sure. Only one way to find out.
You can freely customize this space to reflect your personality and magical specialties. Not everything you need on your journey is available at Hogwarts. You'll want to visit the nearby wizarding village of Hogsmeade, where loads of shops and vendors can provide you with the supplies you require. From potion ingredients and recipes, to seeds for magical plants, to all sorts of gear. But Hogsmeade also has its dangerous side. A band of dark witches and wizards, emboldened by the turmoil of the times, wander the village outskirts. You must avoid them or defeat them. As you explore, you'll find the world surrounding Hogwarts is alive with activity, wonders, and areas of unusual interest. As the school year progresses, dynamic seasons and climates will fill the sky with lightning or sunshine, or coat the ground with snow or rain. Unique wizarding hamlets pepper the countryside, each with vendors and residents who have stories to tell, and missions with which they could use your assistance. Be on the lookout for enchanting magical puzzles that may very well have been designed by Merlin himself when he was a student at Hogwarts. Magical beasts roam the lands outside the castle walls. Some have been corrupted by a mysterious dark magic, while others are at risk of poachers and their traps. If you're feeling benevolent, you can rescue them and restore them to health in the Room of Requirement. But there are dangers beyond your understanding in the world as well. Dungeons and vaults hold perilous threats and also untold rewards. Be careful where you choose to explore, as it may lead you down a darker path. Master spells. Befriend new allies. Journey across a landscape never seen before. Uncover ancient secrets. Combat mystical threats. Learn long-forgotten mysteries. Become the witch or wizard you want to be as you leave your unique mark on the wizarding world. Here, in Hogwarts Legacy.
PlayStation. Over here.
Sonic's done a lot in 30 years. He's been a pioneer of the high-speed 2D platformer, an Olympic athlete, a respectable kart racing enthusiast, a fighter, a TV star, and a Hollywood blockbuster movie star as well. But he's never done open world, and Sonic Frontiers fixes to change that. I was fortunate enough to be one of the first people outside of Sonic Team to go hands-on with Sonic Frontiers, and let me just say, if you're worried about how the blue blur will fare in this unfamiliar genre, well, I think Crush 40 probably put it best. Open your heart, it's gonna be alright. The first thing that struck me about Sonic Frontiers was how uniquely somber and serene it was right from the outset. After flying into a wormhole with Tails and Amy, Sonic finds himself separated from his friends and all alone on an isolated island, with nothing but an AI voice guiding him to collect the Chaos Emeralds. There's no one for Sonic to bounce quips off of, no energetic Crush 40 soundtrack, just wide open fields as far as the eye can see. There's an air of mystery in Sonic Frontiers, and it's a vibe that's driven home even further by the beautiful yet minimalist piano melodies that accompany Sonic as he explores the island. All of this is a very intentional choice. I asked Sonic Team head Takashi Izuka to describe how the tone of Sonic Frontiers differs from previous Sonic games, and he said, past games in the Sonic series have taken different tones depending on their stories and themes. This time, these mysterious islands are the game's major setting. That's why our artists have worked hard to create a mysterious mood. Of course, the big new change in Sonic Frontiers is the shift from purely linear levels to a huge open world where Sonic can freely run in any direction. But Sonic Team doesn't like to use the term open world to describe Sonic Frontiers' gameplay, instead referring to its style as being open zone. Open world games like Zelda or other AAA games fundamentally have RPG or adventure worlds. For Sonic, the core here is a 3D action game. Our basic idea was to have that take place in open space. What sets Sonic Frontiers apart is this different approach to an open game world. Having played Sonic Frontiers for about 4 hours, it's easy to see what Izuka-san means. Sonic Frontiers' open zone design is very different from any other open world I've played. It's a giant playground. Every few feet there's a bumper spring that bounces you like a pinball between 5 other bumpers before putting you on one of the many grindable rail tracks. Or a speed ramp that sets you on a completely different path leading to some other collectible or reward. Or a line of rings that you can lightspeed dash into. Essentially, they've taken that core appeal of every Sonic level having multiple paths that eventually loop back around to the main one, and applied that to these giant non-linear open zones. One thing that has to be noted is that very few of these elements are built into the environmental design, meaning that rails, platforms, boost rings, and so on are just inexplicably floating in the air all around, which isn't totally unusual for a Sonic game, but it feels especially jarring in Frontiers in particular because of the frequent and sudden pop-in of these objects and the otherwise very naturalistic art style. Of course, it's worth emphasizing that this gameplay and the version that I played were from an early build, but this is definitely an area that I would hope to see improvement in the final version. Beyond that, there are also a wide variety of puzzles and challenges that are littered throughout the zone, and completing them is how you uncover sections of your map. Most of these are very simple, requiring you to orient a statue the correct way, quickly hop back and forth between colored tiles, or use Sonic's new side loop ability to draw circles around certain objects in the environment to interact with them. The best ones, though, are the races against the clock where you have to get from point A to point B in a limited amount of time. The openness of Frontiers level design makes straightforward races like these a ton of fun, because you have to try and improvise a path to the end that might not be immediately obvious. There are some exceptions, but combat in traditional Sonic games generally isn't a thing that goes much deeper than jumping, rolling, or using a homing attack into enemies at the right time. That changes in Sonic Frontiers, which now has you fighting all sorts of wandering enemies and mini-bosses using an all-new array of incredibly flashy attacks. It's not all style and no substance though. Sonic is able to quickly dodge using the bumper buttons on the gamepad, and by pressing them together, he can even parry attacks with the right timing. His homing attack also feels much more powerful, landing with a ton of impact and keeping Sonic stuck to his enemy, allowing for a flurry of follow-up strikes. One of the things that I really appreciate about the combat from what I played is that there are usually multiple ways to deal with specific enemies. Like, take for example this guy, who has an impenetrable shell that he can expand into spinning blades and throw at you. One way to deal with him is just to carefully time your homing attacks so you don't get hit by the blades. But if you do that, the window to damage him is small. To increase that window, you can either parry the blades and knock them away right before they hit you, or you can even use Sonic's side loop ability to encircle the enemy, which causes the shell to go flying upwards. Defeating these enemies will reward you with EXP that you can use to purchase new skills from a skill tree, which gives Sonic Frontiers a really nice feeling of power progression, even in just the relatively short amount of time that I played. Some of the later skills that you can get are just unbelievably cool, and it's super satisfying to see Sonic Team experiment with different ways that Sonic can attack enemies beyond just spins, jumps, and bumps. In addition to these smaller enemies, there are also a handful of enormous world bosses that I had to contend with. These are near Shadow of the Colossus-esque in their scale, with one in particular against a beast named Asura requiring Sonic to bait the Titan to slam the ground and then boost up its arm in order to reach the weak spots on its head. It's an ambitious boss battle, far beyond anything I've seen in the Sonic series to date, but it's also the part of the game that needs the most work. Far too often I'd fly off the boss's arm without knowing why, or I'd get to the top and for some reason lack the momentum needed to actually reach the head. Sonic must hunt down and defeat these bosses in order to collect portal gears, which open up portals that lead to bite-sized linear stages, done in the style of previous Sonic games, giving Sonic Frontiers a nice mix of both old and new styles. These classic levels each come with a handful of optional goals, like beating the level under a certain time, collecting all the red rings, and so on, with each goal rewarding you with a vault key, which are needed to unlock the coveted Chaos Emeralds. Sonic Frontiers is an exciting new step forward for the Sonic series into uncharted territory, and based on my time with it, Sonic Team seems to have hit upon a winning formula. There's certainly still work to be done before it's released during the holiday season. There's a lot of distracting pop-in, there's a fair amount of bugs still left to be squashed, and the big boss fights could do with some tweaking. But ultimately, my time with this early build answered the one question I had on my mind. Will Sonic's one-of-a-kind gameplay translate into an open world? The answer is a resounding absolutely. Thanks for watching, and tune into IGN for more Sonic Frontiers coverage as part of IGN First. And for everything else, keep it here on IGN. Hey, what's up everyone? This is Mitchell Saltzman here with our very last feature for IGN First, featuring Sonic Frontiers, and this one's going to be a little looser, a little more casual. I've played 4 hours of Sonic Frontiers at this point, and now that all the embargoes are up and I'm able to talk about everything unrestricted, I wanted to answer some questions based on the 4 hours that I played. So let's hit that title card and we'll jump right into it. Before we start proper though, I've got to give a bit of a fair warning. It's been more than a month since I had my last play session with Sonic Frontiers. I last played it in the middle of May, if you can believe it. So it's going off of what is no doubt an older build, but I'm also going off of memories that are a little bit dated. So, you know, just understand that things could change and my memory of smaller details might not be 100%. So, you know, just keep that in mind. Alright, so let's begin with probably the most commonly asked questions. I'm gonna just group a bunch of these together and let's talk about cyberspace. What I think I'm gonna do is talk about this generally first before addressing specific questions about cyberspace. I got to play 4 levels. You see 2 of them in that Nintendo Direct trailer. One of them is modeled after Green Hill Zone, and that's actually the very first thing that you get to play when you jump into Sonic Frontiers. There's an opening cutscene, and then you get thrown into Cyberworld, and you do that Green Hill Zone, basically. The second one is the Highway Zone that you see, which is probably like my favorite one that I got to play. That one was just awesome. There was one that was modeled after Chemical Plant Zone, and then there was one that was kind of like a Sky Temple. I don't really remember if it was based off of any prior Sonic games. It might have, but it's been a little while since I've played some of the older 3D Sonic games. So to answer the question from Flame Kit Fox about the length of the cyberspace levels, to me they felt a bit short, and I say that because I believe I beat most, if not all of them, within 2 minutes, even on like my first try. And you know, usually these 3D Sonic levels, they focus on different beats. You go from a really fast boost section to a 2D section, and then back to a 3D section, whereas the levels in Sonic Frontiers felt pretty focused on one or two things. You would start off, it would be a boost focused section, then you'd go onto a rail, and then you'd go onto like a little platforming bit until you're back into a boost section, and then you get to the end of the level. So they felt shorter, but I don't really mean that in a negative way. I think they were actually just long enough where I wanted to keep on retrying them so I can get those goals. I mentioned this also in my preview. Every level has 5 goals, and every time you achieve a goal, you get a vault key, which allows you to unlock the Chaos Emeralds. So, I played 4 hours of Sonic Frontiers, but honestly, most of that time was kind of spent in cyberspace, because I'm the kind of person when I play a Sonic game where I wanna strive for those S ranks. I wanna strive for getting those goals. So I would keep on retrying until I get like, you know, the level down pat. To me, that's the most fun I have when I play a Sonic game. It's that feeling of mastering a level and getting through it without slowing down. So I really strove to kind of get that experience every time I played one of these cyberspace levels. So for me, I actually kind of like the shorter length, especially when consider the fact that it's not the full game. The cyberspace is not the whole game. It is this mix of the open zone exploration and everything that you can do there, along with these cyberspace levels. So yeah, in short, the levels are short, but I also don't think it's a huge problem. And then as for the second part of this question, are they closer to those of Unleashed, Generations, or Forces? You know, I guess it's more similar to Unleashed and Generations because of the fact that there's no wisps. There's no wisps. Wisps is still a very hard word for me to say. It's just kind of purely focused on that modern, boost-focused 3D Sonic experience. As for the 2D sections, actually, I didn't get to play it, but my colleague Jeffrey Vega, who played about 2 hours of the game, he went a different way in the open zone and ended up finding a cyberspace level that I didn't find. And he said that it was entirely 2D focused. So I think they're gonna mix it up a good amount with the cyberspace levels in this game. Another thing that a lot of people really wanted to know about is momentum, and I feel a little bad about this one because I honestly didn't really think about it. Sonic's control felt fine to me. At the very least, it wasn't noticeably different from other boost-centric Sonic games, especially in the cyberspace levels. It's true that it doesn't really matter what speed Sonic hits a rail at, he'll still grind it all the same, but I also don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. Now, there were definitely some weird moments, like I mentioned in the preview, where I was fighting the Asura boss, and I would run up the arm, and despite feeling like I should have enough momentum to reach the head, I would kind of just fly upwards, and not have enough forward momentum to lock onto the head, and I would just kind of, fall back down to the ground. But to me, that felt more like an issue with the boss itself, rather than an overall problem with momentum. So yeah, I wish I had a better answer for you than, the momentum didn't really bother me all that much, or, it feels very similar to other 3D boost-centric Sonic games, but, that's kind of where I'm at with momentum right now. Those were the two big ones that kept coming up, so I kind of wanted to group them all together. But now let's look at some more targeted questions. Lone Speedster DX asked, how does the combat work in Frontiers? The starting combo seems to be that punch and kick string, but how do any of the special attacks work? So the way it works is that when you homing attack onto something, you'll do the little punch kick combo, and then on the last hit, you'll kind of kick yourself away and you'll come back down to the ground. There are a couple of upgrades that you can get in the skill tree that add some sort of new attack to the end of that string. So that's where you see like this move and then this move. I think, and this is one of those things where don't quote me on this because again, I played this a month and a half ago, but I think that there is a combo counter. I think you get rewarded with a certain kind of power-up mode if you do a bunch of hits without getting hit. So there is a reward for being careful with regards to knowing when to lay off your attack and when the opponent is about to, strike back. You can use a dodge to get out of the way. Dodges are on the L1 and R1 buttons, so you can just quickly get out of the way if something's about to attack you. You can use parries, you can lock on. Another one of the abilities that you can get is that kick attack. You can see right here where you kick a bunch of sound waves and it looks really awesome. That's generally how combat works. It's not, this isn't Devil May Cry. I think the real test for the combat of this game will be enemy variety. There were a handful of enemies that all were a bit different, and I had to fight them a little bit differently in order to defeat them, but it's really going to be a matter of if they can keep on introducing new enemy types that keep having new and interesting ways to deal with them. And I think that's going to be the real test of whether combat is going to be exciting in the open world. Open zone. What does collecting those little rock guys do? Asked Vincent_mate. So collecting those little rock guys, it's kind of like Korok seeds in Breath of the Wild, where you solve a really simple puzzle, you find a Korok seed, you do the same thing in Sonic Frontiers. And what they do is that somewhere on the island is this elder rock guy, and if you get enough little rock guys, I wish I could remember the name for them right now. I'm sorry, again, a month and a half ago. If you get enough of those little rock guys and you bring them back to the Elder, he will either upgrade your speed or upgrade your maximum rings that you can carry. And you may be like, well, I understand, why I would want to upgrade my speed, obviously, but why would I want to upgrade my maximum rings? When you get hit in Sonic Frontiers, you don't just drop all your rings. You drop 40 rings. It's a set amount every time. And if you're able to collect 400 rings, I believe the cutoff is 400 rings, you're able to activate this super blue boost that envelops Sonic in this awesome blue aura. He's able to go even faster on his boosts, and he goes extremely fast. If you thought that Sonic Frontiers isn't fast enough, just trust me, once you get this blue boost, he moves plenty fast. And I wish I had footage of it because it was one of the cooler things that I got to experience in my playtime. Sonic Rich says, in your first 4 hours playing Frontiers, were you given the freedom to explore the first Starfall Island from the get-go, or were there points where you strictly had to follow the story path? No, you're pretty much able to go wherever you want when you first land on Starfall Island. Obviously, there is a main quest that you are constantly reminded of, but you're able to just go off in a direction. There's a bunch of puzzles to solve to open up your map. The map will tell you where Chaos Emeralds are. You'll be able to find more puzzles to open up more of the map. So there's actually a lot to do in the open zone. There's a bunch of collectibles to find, the aforementioned rock guys that you can grab. It doesn't really funnel you towards a certain path. You're kind of free to take on that critical path whenever you want. Alright, lightning round time. Let's do a bunch of them really quick. Was there any form of spin dash or rolling, albeit in his base moveset or the skill tree? No, but there is a drop dash. Was the light speed dash present at all? Yes. Is there a Chow Garden or at least Chow in the game? I can't speak for the whole game, but in the 4 hours that I played, not a single Chow was seen. From what I played, how was the music? It was good. One of the first things that me and Jeffrey talked about when we got out of our demo was how much we enjoyed the music. So it's not, it's not Crush 40, but it's very fitting, and, it sounds nice in my ears. Alright, well, that is going to do it for me, and that is going to do it for our IGN First of the month of June for Sonic Frontiers. Thank you all so much for watching. Of course, if you missed any of our coverage, we've got a full hands-on preview. We've got an interview with director Kishimoto-san, an interview with Izuka-san, the head of Sonic Team, and over on IGN.com, we have a written interview with Ian Flynn, the writer of Sonic Frontiers. Thanks again for watching, and for everything else, keep it here on IGN.
そのオープンゾーンが、今回のソニックフロンティアの秘密兵器なんですけれども、オープンゾーンとは簡単に説明すると、ステージクリア型アクションゲームのワールドマップというのがあると思うんですけれども、ワールドマップ自体を遊べるようにしたもののことです。ファミコンで1988年に発売された「スーパーマリオブラザーズ3」が最初にステージクリア型アクションゲームにワールドマップを導入したタイトルだと思います。 以降このワールドマップっていう仕組みはさまざまなステージクリア型アクションに広く使われるようになって今でも現役の仕組みになっています。このワールドマップという仕組みを遊べるワールドマップに進化させたものがソニックフロンティアのフィールドになります。オープンゾーンという舞台でどうやってステージクリア型アクションというジャンルのソニックゲームが進化するのかがこのタイトルの真骨頂なんです。コースという概念にとらわれない全方位へのハイスピードゲームプレイということになりますが、グラインドレールやプラットフォーミング、ループなどさまざまなアスレチックアクションとしてソニックゲームとして楽しめる要素が盛り込まれています。バトルに重点を置くことは過去ありませんでしたが、本作ではあえて本格的なバトルに取り組んでいます。ソニックらしいバトルが楽しめるがキーワードです。これも、今までになかった要素の一つになりますが、このヒントは映画のソニックの中にあるかもしれません。オープンゾーンの導入によって膨大なゲームボリュームが得られて長時間の遊べるようなゲームスタイルになりました。そこで必要になったのがモチベーションの維持という手法の一つとしてスキルツリーやレベル上げというステージクリア型アクションゲームとしてはちょっと異例になるんですけれども、導入することを決めました。任意の探索をするほどこのオープンゾーンに隠された設定の断片を知ることができ、この世界の真相に触れることができます。探索をすればするほどどんどん楽になるというようなことも可能になっています。寄り道するほど楽しめます。ゲームを進める上で必須にならない要素として謎解きというどちらかというと性的な要素の楽しみを導入することが可能になりました。謎解きの種類には頭の体操的なものからアクションのテクニックを要求するもの、ミニゲーム的なものとさまざまなバリエーションを用意しています。もちろんハイスピードなゲームスタイルが身上のソニックゲームですから謎解きをプレイすることはゲームを進める上で必須にはしていません。でもきっと謎解きに夢中になるような仕掛けを用意していますので楽しみにしててください。サイループはソニックの移動の軌跡を使って作る囲みのことでオープンゾーンの採用によって実現できた新アクションです。囲んだ対象によってさまざまな効果が現れます。オブジェクトを囲んだ時、敵を囲んだ時、何もないところを囲んだ時、囲む対象が変わるごとに効果も変わるというものです。いろいろなものを囲んでみることでゲームの進行や攻略方法、ピンチからの脱出などさまざまな効果が現れるようになっています。時間や天候の変化はオープンゾーンをよりエモーショナルにするために導入を決めました。ゲームプレイに影響を与える要素は、用意はしていますが、決して、ソニックゲームのハイスピードなゲームプレイを阻害するものにはならないように細心の注意を払って、実装をしています。特定の日時にゲームプレイに、ポジティブな影響を及ぼすイベントを用意していますのできっと皆さんびっくりすると思うので楽しみにしていてください。難易度が高くなること自体はステージクリア型アクションゲームにおいては自然なことなんですけれども、ここがソニックゲームの難しいところで難易度の高さによる疾走感の喪失という矛盾を抱えていたんですね。しかしオープンゾーンによるゲームボリュームの確保が可能になったことからボリュームを稼ぐために難易度を上げるという必要がなくなったので最初から最後まで疾走感を追求した理想的なレベルデザインのステージを用意することができました。これは難易度が低くてチャレンジがない と受け取れるかもしれませんが、そこは新しい仕組みを設けているので、チャレンジあるステージを用意しているのでご安心ください。クリアまでの時間はおよそ20から30時間のプレイボリュームになっています。やり込み要素やコンプリートを考えると2倍程度の時間が必要になります。ソニックファンの方にはステージのタイムアタックのやり込みが常識になっていると思いますが、今回の、ソニックフロンティアではゲームの最初から最後までのクリアをタイムアタックするっていう遊び方も楽しめるかもしれません。ステージクリア型アクションというジャンルでは、完全懲悪の分かりやすいドラマ、記号化された風景、景色が主流ですけれども、ソニックというキャラクターなら、フォトリアルなビジュアルや、シリアスなストーリーによって競合のタイトルさんたちと差別化が可能だと考えています。この新しい遊び、体験を経験していただける日を私は楽しみにしています。
Batman, Jim Gordon, they thought they had a handle on this city. They never did. You don't stand a chance. Because they're always watching, always listening. Pulling everybody's strings. Mine, yours. But no one talks about them. Not a whispered word is said.
The Court of Owls is a myth.
They're listening. If you really want to go down this rabbit hole, you need to know there's no coming back from it.
After months of teases and speculation, we finally got our first look at WB Montreal's mysterious Court of Owls game. And, well, it's much different than anyone else could have ever expected. Batman's dead, the Bat family has assembled, and the Court of Owls lurk in the shadows. Heading to PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, and PC in 2021, here's Gotham Knights Explained.
Now able to confirm that billionaire philanthropist Bruce Wayne is...
The trailer opens with a breaking news report detailing an explosion with Bruce Wayne's body being discovered. While at first this seems like a direct continuation from the finale of 2015's Arkham Knight, not all is as it seems. A lone figure appears in the alley to decrypt a message titled Code Black, and it's none other than Jason Todd, sporting scars from his fatal encounter with Joker, but seemingly missing the branded J he had in Arkham Knight. He's also got a bit of a white hair streak, which seems to throw back to his appearance in the iconic Batman Hush comic. In a pre-recorded message, Batman explains that the message has been sent automatically following the destruction of the Batcave, suggesting that the explosion was triggered by his own hands. The scene shifts to each member of the Bat family, including Barbara Gordon, standing next to a wheelchair in her clock tower hideout. This seems to indicate that although she was immobilized for a time, Barbara has recovered to become Batgirl once more. The final nail in the coffin of the Arkhamverse comes from this next line, that the GCPD can't be trusted ever since the death of Commissioner Jim Gordon. These events never happened in Arkham Knight, which points to Gotham Knights taking place in alternate timelines, something that's actually been confirmed to Kotaku editor-in-chief Stephen Totillo by WB Games PR. As the scene shifts to show both Dick Grayson and his signature blue Eskrima sticks, and the much younger Tim Drake with his Robin costume visible in the foreground, Batman mentions leaving the group the Belfry as a new base of operations. Not to be confused with Oracle's Clock Tower hideout, the Belfry is a reference to a secret headquarters built inside the old Wayne Tower. In the comics, Tim Drake was the one who helped build the secret facility, but Batman's message suggests that the place is fairly outdated and unused, which may hint at the ability to upgrade its capabilities as the game progresses. As the titular Gotham Knights suit up, we get a good look at each of their new costumes. Red Hood appears to have ditched his brown coat for bulky body armor with the red bat symbol at the front, and has his signature twin pistols equipped. Tim Drake's costume looks like he may have some inspiration from Damian Wayne's Robin outfit, but we also see in the gameplay trailer that the Red Robin outfit is also an option, hinting at the possibility we'll see a lot more costume designs. Batgirl's light purple outfit looks very reminiscent of her New 52 look, but the addition of the new Tonfa weapons implies every character in this game will have some form of combat weapon to utilize. Finally, Dick Grayson is sporting his signature Nightwing look with the blue symbol and highlights. As Robin accesses the map of Gotham City, it's worth noting that since this game doesn't take place in the Arkhamverse, Gotham City may look similar in style to Arkham Knight, but its layout seems to be wholly different. We also later see what looks like the trap-filled puzzle rooms that the Riddler has been so fond of in the Arkham games, but it's not yet confirmed who owns these deadly corridors. Most importantly, Batgirl and Nightwing approach a long-forgotten underground ruin, walking towards what looks to be two large statues of owls. That's right, the Court of Owls are indeed making an appearance in Gotham Knights, but we have been told that the mystery in Gotham Knights is way bigger than the Court of Owls.
No one talks about them, not a whisper word is said. For if you try to cross them, the talon strikes you dead.
The trailer concludes with the infamous nursery rhyme passed down through Gotham's history, heralding the cabal known as the Court of Owls, a secretive society of Gotham's elite who use reanimated assassins known as the Talons to do their dirty work. The scenes of rows upon rows of frozen coffins seems to indicate that the Gotham Knights will have a lot of talents to contend with. The inclusion of the Court of Owls seems to indicate that they may have had a hand in Bruce Wayne's untimely death, as their comic storyline began with the attempted assassination of Bruce. But whether this means Batman faked his death or not remains to be seen. While Batman did indeed utilize the Gotham Knights and even others like the Birds of Prey to help fight off the Court of Owls, it's unclear how much of the story will translate over to Gotham Knights, given Batman's absence in this version. In addition to getting our first look at where the story is heading in Gotham Knights, we also got more than 7 minutes of raw gameplay that gave us some tantalizing details. First things first, the multiplayer seems to be drop in, drop out, as evidenced by Robin suddenly dropping into the game while Batgirl was riding through Gotham City. One really important thing to note here is that not only does your character have a level-based progression, but enemies do too, which indicates that you're going to be able to see how prepared you are for a certain mission based on your level compared to the enemies. Not only that, but we also saw some damage numbers pop up, indicating that there may be a deeper gear system that hasn't been present in the series prior to this. Aside from that though, the combat and the stealth action split seemed very familiar to prior Arkham games. We got to see two characters in action in Batgirl and Robin, and while their overall gameplay looked pretty similar, they did utilize two unique weapons along with a few different skills. One other item to note is the purple bar underneath the health meter that seems to be tied to special abilities. There were a number of abilities used by Batgirl which required meter. One caused a bunch of bats to fly out and distract enemies, another was this leaping kick that seemed to lead to a big combo that utterly wrecked this poor soul, and another had her throwing some sort of weapon that would home in on an enemy and deal multiple hits. We didn't get to see much of Robin, but he's got his own weapon in his bow staff, and according to Patrick Redding, creative director of Gotham Knights, he can also access the Justice League satellite, giving him the ability to use a short-range teleport and, apparently, the ability to rain fire down from the heavens. The fight against Mr. Freeze also showcased a couple of other interesting tidbits. First off, status ailments. Batgirl threw a bunch of projectiles at Freeze at the start of the fight that inflicted some sort of status ailment indicated by this lightning bolt icon, And right after, Freeze hits Batgirl with an AoE attack that causes some sort of frost ailment. We also see some different color damage numbers, potentially indicating that Mr. Freeze is weak to some sort of gear that Batgirl has equipped, since the damage numbers were red and much higher than the other damage numbers. One thing that was mentioned in the developer commentary is that as the player increases in power and ability, their foes keep pace, so confronting an enemy like Mr. Freeze can be a very different proposition at level 5 or level 15, and not just in terms of stats, but also in terms of the kinds of attacks and defenses they bring. All of this seems to point towards Gotham Knights leaning in a much more RPG-driven direction than previous games. A couple of things that were missing from the gameplay demo that have been intrinsic to the series in the past: a combo meter tied to your ability to use special moves in combat, and ground takedowns that would be used to finish off an opponent that has been knocked to the ground. In any case, we're getting something familiar but very, very different in Gotham Knights. We'll see how this all plays out when it finally comes out sometime next year. Thanks for watching, and for more Gotham Knights and everything else DC fandom, keep it here on IGN.
Gamescom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up to the second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late night talk show, our Gamescom Awesome Indies Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming, and finally the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now.
I had nothing. And then this city became my home. Its people became my family. Gotham gave me everything. It deserves to feel safe. No matter how hard we try, there's always more to do. And now, it's up to me.
Got time for a dance, Nightwing?
I got this, Bruce.
Pre-order now and get the 233 custom Batcycle skin.
Gotham City likes to keep you guessing. It's hard to imagine a Robin without a Batman, but I guess it's up to me to figure that out. You've got this, Robin. Using teleportation tech from the Justice League satellite, I bet I could zap myself short distances in a fight. Bruce always told me to believe in myself, that I had what it takes. Let's prove him right. This is it. This is how Robin wins.
Pre-order now and get the 233 custom Batcycle skin.
one thing I've learned about Gotham City, it's that people need symbols. Something to believe in.
What was that?
Protecting people runs in my veins. No matter what alias I go by. That's who I am. That's who I'll always be. Gotham has called, and I have answered.
Pre-order now and get the 233 custom Batcycle skin.
Gotham Knights may have 4 characters to choose from, but in truth, there are dozens of ways to make them fit your chosen playstyle. In this video, we're going to show you just this, with gameplay of 2 completely different high-level Red Hood builds.
We made the decision, the Gotham Knights collectively were working together, and they were reflecting this notion of the Bat family. So our Red Hood, we wanted him to be aligned with the intentions of the rest of the family in that sense. He's still an angrier person, especially at the start of the story, but we wanted them all to be on board with the general notion that we are in walking the path of Batman after his death. All of them are on board with the non-lethal strategy. So the marksman tree is kind of self-explanatory. It's really about dealing more damage at range. Red Hood is our most range-focused character out of the Gotham Knights, so a lot of his abilities focus on, I have guns with non-lethal rounds, and I would like to make them as damaging as possible while remaining non-lethal.
Heads up. I know that one hurt. There. That's it. This is it. That's how that works. Bet they wish they never got out of bed today.
The Brawler skill tree is about melee combat, but more importantly, it's about powering up the fact that Red Hood is our largest character, and he's got the best grab and throw mechanics in Gotham Knights. That's a really, sort of brutal hand-to-hand focused skill tree. So if you're into that style of play, it's a great place to invest early to get the most out of Red Hood.
Taking your business elsewhere. Hey, look, more scumbag looking for a beat. Here comes the boom. Guess I really
fist!
Yeah, bet that hurts!
That was just a taste of the different ways you can build out your chosen hero in Gotham Knights. Stay tuned later this week where we'll be digging into skill trees and how they work. For more from our Gotham Knights IGN first, check out the first 16 minutes of gameplay or how the developers built their Gotham City on 400 years of history.
Pentiment is a narrative adventure game set in 16th century Bavaria, which is part of the Holy Roman Empire. You play a character named Andreas Mahler, who is an artist working at a Benedictine abbey. He gets involved in a series of murders and scandals and tries to unravel them over a period of about 25 years. The name Pentiment, it is specifically referring to paintings in which there's an older painting underneath the painting that you see on the top. And if you scrape away the top layer, you see what was left behind. This has a bunch of significance. Obviously, you're playing a painter, but also it has a lot of significance to the idea of history kind of being covered and uncovered over time. When I saw narrative-driven games with really distinctive art styles, I was inspired to make a historical game that focused on the unique art style of the early modern period that was really driven by the relationships between characters and the stories that played out over time. Hannah Kennedy was really integral to defining the art style of Pentiment, especially blending the late medieval illuminated manuscripts with the early modern woodcuts.
Yeah, so there's a lot of major points to solve and kind of marry between wanting this to be a true to the history, true to the feel of the source material that we were referencing as far as the narrative, but also thinking about the types of games that were like what we imagined we wanted as far as a gameplay experience.
From the beginning, I knew that I wanted to portray a community that changed over time, which meant that characters are changing over time. That's really the focus of everything. The buildings do change, but really it's the characters where you see all the crazy stuff happen.
Kids that I had become attached to because it's a 4-year-old and we designed them to be a 4-year-old and then they're getting married and then I felt a weird like emotional reaction to that because I'm like, oh, baby's all grown up.
I think the 16th century has always been really interesting to me because it was a time of such social upheaval in Europe. I think when we look at social change in the past, it seems like it's a thing that always happens outside of our time. But right now, I think we're maybe more aware than ever that social change is happening constantly, and people are always struggling with it. It's always a difficult process. And so I hope that by looking at people from the past, we can see that even though the setting might be different and the specific issues might be different, ultimately, we always struggle with social change.
Age of Empires 4 is a base-building, sword-clashing, village-pillaging RTS of the classic style inside and out. Jumping into a match as the tenacious English squaring off against the chivalrous French feels like being transported back, not only to its setting of the high and late Middle Ages, but to a different era of strategy games entirely. And there are some things that feel really nice about that, like comfort food for gamers of a certain age. But it's the few spots where Relic has taken risks here and there that this Battlefield shows us its best and feels modern. Outside of that, it often just seems too careful and safe in a world where Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition already exists. If you've been sending villagers out to hunt animals, mine gold, and chop wood for decades like I have, you can slide right into the armored boots of most of Age 4's factions with no real fuss at all. Winning pitched battles reliably requires knowing the rock-paper-scissors relationships between spears, horses, and bows. A quick raid to murder some of your opponent's villagers and shut down their economy can be more strategically valuable than victory in any head-to-head engagement. Building walls and other defensive structures turns the late game into a tense chess match where map control is key, though eventually high-tech artillery like cannons will break the stalemate and lead to a decisive sweep for whoever fields them the most effectively. The pacing is right where it needs to be when you're against an evenly skilled opponent. But for 6 out of the 8 playable factions, I just didn't feel like there was enough new going on here. I mean, they each do play quite a bit differently. Unique techs, units, and landmarks are great at establishing an identity that evokes their historical inspiration and varies up how you maximize your economy. The Chinese gain much of their gold income from imperial officials who walk around collecting taxes from your buildings. The Abbasids get the Baghdad House of Wisdom, which positions them to be a leader in tech, and hilariously, if you know its real-world fate, grants fire resistance to nearby structures. But these modest touch-ups didn't do much to change the fact that there's almost nothing in Age 4 that couldn't have existed 10 years ago. That includes the graphics. Even on max settings, they don't look that impressive, especially when I could go play any Total War released since 2010 and see an order of magnitude more units with much more detailed models and far higher fidelity environments. And with Microsoft signing the checks, it's not like they made this on a shoestring budget. At the same time, new mechanical ideas like being able to hide units in forests to set up ambushes are a nice twist, but other than that, I'm not really doing anything that I couldn't in the definitive editions of Age of Empires 2 and 3 that have been released recently. Unless, wait for it, you are the Mongols. With fully mobile bases, no population buildings, and an economy heavily focused on burning down other people's stuff to get money, the Mongol faction breaks with tradition and convention and shows what Relic can do when it's really trying to bring something new to the table. The Mongols took me from feeling kind of lukewarm about Age 4 to excited to explore new tactics almost immediately, and I've spent the majority of my multiplayer time since then throat singing and microing horse archers. The Rus are a nice breath of fresh air as well, though they're not nearly as unconventional. They focus on dominating the wilds with smaller outposts rather than having a dense, heavily defended urban core. Unfortunately, not even Genghis Khan could save me from the generally terrible unit pathfinding and targeting. It's not quite StarCraft Brood War bad, but it's pretty bad, with cavalry commonly getting stuck on rubble and dancing back and forth nonsensically, scouts trying to ride through a forest instead of around it, my knights attempting to surround and gang up on one spearman instead of breaking off so some of them can hit the siege weapons behind him, and archers stopping to plink away ineffectually at a tower when there's a pivotal battle going on just a short jog up the road. You are going to need to babysit your armies constantly, on a very fine tactical level to get the best out of them, and that's even true when you're not playing a super micro-heavy faction like the Mongols. But there's one area where Age 4's old-school sensibilities brought me nothing but delight. It features a full 40 missions of single-player campaign goodness. The first two campaigns, featuring the English versus the French in the Norman invasions, and then the French versus the English in the 100 Years' War, are a bit samey due to the fact that they focus on the two most boring factions. It could almost be mistaken at times for mirrors of each other. But the Mongol Empire and Rise of Moscow campaigns feature tons of interesting objectives that put you in the middle of thrilling flashpoints from history. You'll unlock live-action mini-documentaries for each scenario on things like how to build a composite bow or traditional Mongol folk music, which are pretty neat, though I would have killed for basic pause and rewind buttons as they played. On the other hand, maybe my biggest disappointment so far is the lack of a map editor. One of my favorite activities in older Age of Empires games has always been designing my own scenarios and sharing them with friends, and right now you can't do it here. Fortunately, Relic says mod tools are on the way, I just hope they don't take too long to get here. Age of Empires 4 plays it safe a bit too often, but really excels when it wanders outside its very traditional comfort zone. The expansive campaigns and offbeat factions like the Mongols and the Rus are major highlights, even when it loses some of its sharpness to a small unit cap, frustrating pathfinding, and relatively unimpressive graphics for a 2021 game. I've been enjoying it a lot as a whole, but it also sometimes makes me question how much room I have in my life for this age-old formula these days, when real-time strategy has come such a long way thanks to the innovations of other franchises. For more medieval madness, check out our reviews of Diablo 2 Resurrected and Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
Microsoft Flight Simulator is the most incredible experience I've ever had on a computer. The realism, the depth, the almost limitless replayability, it's like nothing I've ever played before. It does so much to recreate the feeling of actual flight at a level of accuracy never before seen. There were times when I was landing at real-life airfields I'd seen during my time in the Air Force where I was simply stunned. These are places I could likely never visit again as a civilian, and yet as I gazed out the window during my final descent into places like Jacobabad, Pakistan, or Thumrait, Oman, I was seeing an approximation so close to what I remembered from all those years ago that I actually said out loud, "Holy shit, I remember this." The base version of Microsoft Flight Simulator comes with 20 planes and 30 handcrafted airports. That may not sound like a ton of places to land, but the remaining 37,000 plus airports are generated using technology sufficiently advanced enough that, to my eye, it is indistinguishable from magic. The handcrafted airports, built from scans and real-world blueprints, are even more technically awe-inspiring. I've never seen anything close to this level of accuracy in a flight simulation before. What I really like is developer Asobo Studios expanded the selection of handcrafted recreations beyond just the major airports to include smaller, more remote airstrips. Inside the cockpits, the level of detail in the airplanes is also astounding. You could snap a screenshot and share it online as a photo and easily fool a lot of people. I know this because I did exactly that. Not only does it look picture perfect, it's completely accurate in functionality too. This is also the first game I've ever played where I downloaded a PDF manual from a real-world piece of equipment to reference during play, and it worked! It excites the absolute nerdiest parts of my core. All of that gorgeously detailed equipment is on the inside, but the absolute genius of Microsoft Flight Simulator is actually outside. All 2 petabytes of satellite and high-altitude photography from Bing Maps is available to stream to your computer, and the effect is absolutely mind-blowing. You can go almost literally anywhere, and not only that, you can fly in real-world weather conditions with live air traffic. As unbelievably realistic as the flight simulation is, it's also as accessible to just about anyone's level of flight experience. As someone without a real-world pilot's license, my personal preference is playing it halfway between the full simulation and the most automated settings, because it still creates a very challenging experience, but removes some of the mundane steps. Better still, since Flight Simulator is coming to Xbox Series X, it controls well with just an Xbox One controller. I still prefer my flight stick, though. The variety in the standard $60 version is excellent. Although, as an Air Force vet, I was a little disappointed that there are no military aircraft available, even in the $120 Premium Deluxe Edition, which, by the way, has 30 planes and 40 hand-built airports. If you want to fly a jet aircraft, the only option right now are passenger planes, and that's a bit of a bummer. But it's certainly not a deal breaker. I'm not trying to knock the impressive selection here either. I'm just being greedy. With that said, I've been perfectly content with the 20 planes included with just the base game. If you want to learn to take the training wheels off, there's a built-in flight school that puts you in the pilot seat of the Cessna 172, and it's great. They helped me with a lot of terminology, best flight practices, and getting used to handling aircraft. I wish there was more aircraft-specific training available for the other planes in the fleet, but there is a pretty smart AI you can hand the controls to at any time during your flight, and it knows its stuff. I was able to learn a lot about the proper approach angle and landing speeds just from watching my AI pilot take over. The act of flying free and exploring some far-flung corner of the Earth is more than enough to keep me entertained, but Flight Simulator adds some competitive elements like landing challenges. Your score is recorded and uploaded to the leaderboards, which really stokes the fires of my inner competitor. Will I ever top the leaderboards on these challenges? No. God, no. But by God, I'll try. Yes, actually, I am the world's best. At least at a couple of landing challenges, and at least for the time being. Performance-wise, Flight Simulator looks great on my PC, which is no slouch, but it's a few years old at this point. I'm running an i7 7700K with a GeForce GTX 1080 and 32GB of RAM, and the only time it slowed down significantly was right after loading into a major city airport. Even then, it always cleared up after a few moments. Those load times, on the other hand, are a bummer. A big airport like Chicago O'Hare can take close to 4 minutes to appear when I set it as my departure location. Personally, I don't mind the wait, because it's barely a blip compared to how long I was just cruising in the air, but it's impossible to ignore. Also, heads up, streaming all this map data can take a chunk out of your data cap if you've got one, so that's one more instrument to keep an eye on. Microsoft Flight Simulator is legitimately incredible. It's difficult to fully describe how amazing it feels to jump into a plane and just fly to and from literally any place in the entire world. The base game's 20 included aircraft feel like more than enough for even hardcore aviation enthusiasts, and the ability to tailor the experience to whatever skill level you desire makes it suitable for anyone looking to fly the friendly skies from the comfort of their homes. The real-world mapping data, however, takes Flight Simulator from being just an impressive game to the most awe-inspiring and limitless simulation I've ever experienced, in spite of its less than stellar load times. Seeing famous landmarks, landing at the world's most recognizable airports, or just touching down in a remote landing strip in South America is mind-bogglingly cool and an absolutely unparalleled way to virtually explore our world. For more Microsoft Flight Simulator, check out our real-time flight from San Francisco to Las Vegas. And for everything else, keep it right here on Igloo Golf November.
Hello, my little friend. What are you doing here? You want me to have a drink? Oh, no, I couldn't possibly. Besides, that's devil's rum. It'll blow your head clean off. I'm sorry, friend, but I don't understand.
I think that it was trying to warn you that I was coming. Though I'm not sure what's more pathetic. That it thought it could help you, or that you have a crab for a friend. Come now, Mary. You're making this much harder than it needs to be. Just tell us what we need to know, and this can all end.
I ain't telling you nothing.
Is that so?
You think just because you wear that mask that I can't see what you really are? I fought monsters before, and I wasn't afraid then. So if you think you're getting anything from me, you're wrong.
Well, I'm glad to see that death hasn't dampened your spirits. But I killed you once before, Merrick. And believe me when I say that I have no problem with tearing your soul apart, piece by piece.
You do realize they'll come here to save him?
Of course. And I'd very much like to see them try.
Captaincy has come to the Sea of Thieves. Own your own ship, unlock deeper levels of customization, and earn new rewards through an all-new progression system. So get ready to set sail as a captain of adventure in Sea of Thieves, Season 7. In Season 7, hand over some gold and you can buy your very own ship. You'll be able to buy one of each type of ship, but that's just for starters. Owning a ship means you can give it a name. Yes, now you can finally sail the seas with a name of your choosing proudly displayed across the ship's crest. Just make sure to keep it classy. The Pirate Lord won't allow just any old nonsense up there.
Oh, maybe he will.
You can also now customize the captain's cabin across all ship types. Change up the chair, table, the rug, and much more to better reflect your individual tastes. You can take it a step further with trinkets too. Hang pictures on the wall, or place trophies on the shelf. Trinkets are a new way for you to show off your style and accomplishments. A brutal battle or rough storm might knock them out of place, so for the pirate perfectionists, you'll want to give them a nudge to keep them looking ship-shape. First impressions are everything, you know. For a small amount of gold, any changes to the customizations across your ship can now be saved between sessions, so your ship will be just as you left it last time you sailed. That includes things like the scars of battles too, so if you had a rough journey last time, that'll be visible on your ship. If holes and scratches aren't your thing, you can of course get a fresh lick of paint from the shipwright. One way to unlock new ship customizations is via a new progression system called milestones. Milestones are a permanent record of your accomplishments and those of your ships. They're divided into alignments, each representing an area of activity within the game, allowing you to see and track the ways that you play and earn unique rewards for it. And you can bring even more variety and customization to your adventures with Captain's Voyages. These unique voyages cover all trading companies and offer you the ability to target specific activities. Captain's Voyages offer both very short single map objectives and longer commissions that bring together various activities for the company in one combined voyage. This puts how you play firmly in your hands. How long your voyages are and what activities you'll engage in is up to you. At each outpost, you'll now find a new group, the Sovereigns. They like to portray an air of exclusivity, so they'll only deal with captains. Deliver any of the loot you'd normally take to the other outpost companies directly to the Sovereigns, and they'll do the rest of the legwork for you. You still get the same gold and reputation as you would have. It's just much easier. And speaking of convenience, there's also a handy harpoon up top to quickly offload the loot from your ship. And that's not the only thing we're making easier. By visiting the shipwright on any outpost, you can now stock your ship with planks, cannonballs and food, buy new captain's voyages, and repair your ship to pristine condition. Each time you sail on a captain's ship, you'll also have access to the captain's logbook, a personalised record of your crew and their adventures, as well as treasured accomplishments. This shows information about what the crew has achieved in their current session. And if you manage to sink a captain's ship, you can steal their logbook and sell it to the Reaper's Bones for gold and reputation. And that's not all. Season 7 is stuffed full of all new rewards to earn as you progress. With over 100 levels of sensational rewards to unlock, there's something for everyone. This includes the Perilous Seas flag and sails for your ship, as well as the Perilous Seas scar, tattoo, and makeup for your pirate. And if you're looking for some fun in the sun, there's also a selection of items to get you into the summer vibe. You can also earn the entire Courage of Captaincy clothing set, the perfect way to celebrate the arrival of captaincy to the Sea of Thieves. And pirate legends can now style themselves as the fan-favourite hunter Merrick, with Merrick's jacket and cutlass. There's also a selection of new emissary rewards to unlock too, with a drum and concertina for each trading company. You'll have plenty of ways to bring sweet music to the seas. And with Season 7 comes a new Plunder Pass, available as an optional purchase, where you can unlock stunning cosmetics, as well as 250 ancient coins. With 3 variations of the Baleful Bloom costume, you can reenact the tale of a stranded sailor and their unfortunate encounter with a mind-controlling plant. You can also earn the entire Beachcomber's Bounty Collector's ship set. This valiant vessel was saved from the brink of destruction and was stitched back together with whatever nature provided. Be sure to keep it well watered. And over in the Pirate Emporium, there are new items in stock. With the Wrecker Wrangler weapon set, these glowing toothy terrors are bound to spell deep trouble for your enemies. The Portable Portrait Emote Bundle is perfect for pirates who know that they're the most picturesque sight on the seas. And with the Wrecker Wrangler ship set, you'll be able to flaunt your affinity for the fang-faced fish from the flag down to the figurehead. Wrecker fish are more commonly spotted around shipwrecks, so put those cannons to use and send another crew down to see the wreckers for themselves. And if you can't get enough of glowing eyes, fangs and fins, then the Wrecker Wrangler costume is the one for you. And keep your enemies guessing. Are you dangerous or just drunk? With the Bilge Rat weapon pose emotes. There's also a selection of new crests to adorn your ship. Even if you're already starting to regret the choice of name, at least you can show it off in style. And finally, there's the promising portrait emote, which is free to all players. Ah yes, very handsome. So get ready to revel in your accomplishments, experience a whole new level of customization, and enjoy all the benefits of being a captain in Sea of Thieves, Season 7.
Thank you very much for watching. If you liked what you just saw and want to stay up to date with all the latest Sea of Thieves news, then hit subscribe and click that little ship's bell for all those notifications. Cheers.
In Season 7, all players can become a pirate captain, which means they can buy their very own ship, give it its own name, and forge its legend. The ship is the heart of the crew, so being able to own your own ship and give it its own name means you can represent yourselves how you want to on the waves.
Well, I think the first part of owning your ship is giving it a name. And that's your first chance to put your mark on the ship. And I think when you think about the names that players can give their ships, it can be inspirational, it can be funny, and it can say something about who they are and the crew that sail on that ship.
So players can own more than one ship. You can buy one of each ship size, and then when a ship becomes legendary, you unlock the ability to buy another ship of that size.
So we're looking forward to seeing players owning multiple ships of different types, and those ships being a reflection of different aspects of their personality and who they play with.
So with captaincy, you can customise your captain's cabin, so you can change things like the table, the chair, the curtains, even the rugs and the chandeliers.
There's a variety of furniture sets that should match anyone's taste. You've got anything from the really sort of like regal, ornate sets all the way down to the sort of burnt, ashen sets and things like that. You can mix and match if you like as well.
But beyond that, you can add pictures on the walls, ornaments on the walls, have trophies around your ship that really reflect the things that you've uniquely done in the game.
It's going to have that sense of almost like you're coming home, or you're coming into your room where everything is familiar to you and your environment feels almost like a cozy kind of feeling.
The trinkets are just another way for players to express themselves. Some kind of like carry more of a meaningful achievement connection that a player might have, whereas some just range just down to maybe personality types.
One other cool thing about the trinkets is they can actually be knocked out of position during storms or as your ship's sinking or when you're in a firefight, and then you can go back and sort of straighten things back up.
Another new thing as part of the captaincy, and the fact that you now actually own the ship, is that its features become persistent. We actually can save a lot of the ship and load it for your next session.
Every hit you take, every fire that you have on your ship, every map pin you make, they're all saved and will come back to haunt you when you next play. Your battle scars will come with you, but you can repair them at a shipwright and decide whether or not you want to roll with the punches you've been given or if you want to be the cleanest ship on the seas.
So players will find these new customization options in the shops at the outpost, but in order to unlock them, they'll need to earn milestones on their journey as a captain or a member of the crew.
Milestones are a new way of tracking the things that you do in Sea of Thieves, and what makes them different is that they're uncapped. They're tracked forever, allowing you to look back on all the unique things that you've done. They're also aligned to different playstyles. Of course, there's so many things you can do in Sea of Thieves, different places to visit, different playstyles and quests to engage within. And milestones allow you to see the unique areas of Sea of Thieves that you're personally invested in, and then show off that preference in your ship and the way it shows up in the world.
So when you meet with other players in the game, you want them to be able to see everything that you've accomplished. You want to show it off. That's what it's there for. Whenever someone's boarding your ship to kill you, they get to stop and look at everything that you've accomplished in the game.
The Captain's Log is a new book that you'll be able to find on the Captain's table, and inside you'll find important information all about the ship and its crew.
Looking inside the captain's log, you can see the playstyle of that ship, the name it's been given, but the captain can also choose a key set of accolades that that ship has accomplished to show off what they're most proud of.
And when your ship sinks, you'll lose your captain's log and it can be stolen and sold to the Reaper's Bones by enemy crews.
With the logbook, we got given a few keywords of what each of these playstyles were, ranging from the Theod set, where you have really nasty symbology with like the skulls and the sword, all the way through to the rogue set, which is a lot more lighter in tone. We have banjos and musical instruments and notes. We needed to translate that through to the crests, and we just wanted to craft a series of almost building blocks for people to pick and choose how they wanted to reflect themselves.
We also wanted to bring in a set of unique conveniences for captains, and a big part of this are the sovereigns.
The sovereigns, they are this new faction that you will be able to meet on every outpost. They're very proud of themselves, very full of themselves. They will only deal with you if you are a captain. And, you know, if you're not worthy to speak with them, they'll just send you away.
You can bring all your treasure directly to them, which will speed up the process of selling your treasure and gaining you that reputation, which I'm very excited about. I want to get back on my ship and sail to a new adventure as soon as possible, and the sovereigns allow you to do that.
So for the aesthetic, we really wanted something very regal, and I think the team did a really great job of this just in the Sovereign Hut, which looks very fancy, and the iconography for that really reflects that as well.
You have like the purples and the oranges and the golds that you see through the set, and we've brought that through to the dressing on the tent itself and their outfits.
You can have a sense of the history just by looking at everything else beyond their uniform. You can look at their scars, the choice of hair, the choice of anything else that's not, you know, their uniform, that will tell you a bit more about their personalities.
You'll really be able to see like the hut from a distance. It's this tall structure, it's got nice draping flags off it, this real regal feel to it. It's draped in cloth, it's totally different from any other building we've got. And on the hut, you'll notice these new mechanisms that we've been able to integrate. So we've got the lift mechanism that will be able to get your loot up and down from within the Sovereign Hut. We've got the harpoon to unload your loot from your rowboat and your ship, and just make it a whole new experience for the players and get your loot on and off as quickly as possible.
So another big part of the conveniences that we're bringing in with captaincy is to get your ship shipshape and ready for the adventure you're going to embark upon. So rather than scouring the outpost for extra supplies at the start of the session, you can spend some extra in-game gold to get your ship ready for the voyage you want to embark upon. So having your barrels stocked, having voyages waiting for you in the captain's cabin, this is all part of enriching your experience through you being a ship captain.
The captain's voyages are stored directly on the ship, and you'll be able to embark on a voyage for any of the trading companies, and there are a variety of activities and durations to choose from.
You often think about a captain in their cabin, surrounded by charts of all the adventures they're yet to embark upon, and these are specific experiences that allow you to target what you want to do, how long you want to play for, the types of play styles you want to engage in, and it allows you direct access to them as a captain.
So what I'm really excited for Season 7 is definitely the logbooks, just being able to return to your ship and have this log waiting for you. I think what's really fun about it is I just want a physical copy myself. I think it's just an awesome concept where you will be able to see and reflect just on your adventures in the Sea of Thieves.
I'm excited just to see everyone decorating their ship how they like. It's going to be really interesting to see who likes to keep everything matching and in order, or if you just like a mishmash of stuff. Yeah, it's going to be fun.
But there's another aspect to being part of the crew that has its own name. It's their infamy, I suppose. People can look through a spyglass, spot your ship, and maybe they already know you.
So I think captaincy is one of those features that was always going to come to Sea of Thieves. And beyond all the little conveniences and the features that we're adding, I just can't wait to see how players uniquely express themselves, and that ship truly being their home and a reflection of who they are and their journey.
We know that players have been eager to become a captain in Sea of Thieves for a long time, and they finally can as part of Sea of Thieves Season 7.
Thank you very much for watching. If you liked what you just saw and want to stay up to date with all the latest Sea of Thieves news, then hit subscribe and click that little ship's bell for all those notifications. Cheers.
mamá. Hola, Imui. Vamos aqui, Imui. Hello.
The emergence of medieval books, a testimony to how we misunderstood the Middle Ages.
Pourquoi les escargots combattent les chevaliers?
Why do rabbits have swords and fight against dogs?
The thing is, these illuminations are not decorations.
Ce sont des vestiges d'un ancien rituel, le rituel que nous ne connaissons pas, mais qui existait à l'époque.
A small and selected group of scribes and illuminators had access to an extraordinary substance called Living Ink. Qui sont les Inculinati? Il est évident que ces hommes étaient beaucoup plus que de simples décorateurs de manuscrits.
If you find anything strange on the margins of medieval manuscripts, then you can safely assume that you are looking at the remnants of Inquinati battles.
Selling humans as drugs. You're the only one that can stop them. You realize we're gonna have to take out the entire alien drug cartel.
You're just gonna leave me here in what, space?
Everybody lives in space, including you. All right, you're a bounty hunter now. You gotta help me rescue my friends. They're Gatlians, just like me.
Hey, why are you squeezing me so tight? How about a little dinner first and some bubble bath maybe first? Look at us, blasting away!
Oh yeah, that's one of my children! They die fast! Don't worry, it's easy to make more! Hey there! I'm knifey! Stab! Stab! Yes, more! I need more stabbing!
Everyone, fight each other!
Okay. Now I can.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
Hey, we're just a snippet of Squanch Games, and we're here to talk about High on Life, our new action-adventure, comedy, Metroidvania, first-person shooter that is nothing at all, a little bit like Microsoft Excel. All right, you're a bounty hunter now. You gotta help me rescue my friends. They're Gatlians, just like me. That's our game, High on Life. Pretty insane. There's a lot to talk about.
Let's dive in. So Justin, you're typically known for working in animation. What brings you into the world of games? Why are you in the world of games?
I'm obsessed with games, have been my whole life. Always had ideas, always had, things I would love to make, but just never thought I could ever step into that arena because I lack all the skills needed.
You don't know how games work.
Other than like creative direction, creative ideas, like other than that, I lack all the skills to execute.
But that's why, that's part of why you want to start Squanch, right? Is like to be able to have an idea like that and let it grow to something amazing.
And to be able to be creatively free. I wanted to make games that I wanted to play. And that was sort of the spark that just lit the fire of Squanch Games. And then we shipped Trover and we shipped Accounting Plus, and now we're on this absolutely dream game. This is like our real legit swing at like a proper, like we're indie, but like this is like our AAA, like, or is it triple I for indie?
We're triple I.
Yeah. This is a triple I game.
So the story of our game mostly follows like Earth being invaded by this evil criminal cartel of aliens who come in and kidnap humans and start selling them on the black market like they're drugs. And you're the one human who has to team up with a talking gun and stop them.
And when you select a cartel leader that you're going to go after, like, it opens the portal door to that world that they're in.
Eric, can you tell us a little bit about the worlds of the game, the art style of the game, the visuals?
Yeah. So we spent a lot of time kind of constructing and creating these awesome alien worlds. Myself and Mikey Spano, who is our art director, him and I worked like a ton on the sort of art direction of the game. He really kind of landed in this space, which was kind of Blade Runner meets the Muppets. So we're trying to capture that feeling with all of our characters, especially our aliens. And then each world is its own kind of unique flavor, right? I think some of the ideas came from very kind of core thoughts. Like we want to have an awesome alien, like drug-dense spa on an asteroid. And yeah, what makes me really excited is the sort of really clear and like, it's almost deceivingly simple narrative, right?
Save the Earth, humans or drugs, talking guns. Ta-da.
So Alec, who are the guns? What's their deal?
The guns are these talking alien Gatlians. They're all shaped somewhat like a gun you'd find on Earth, but they've evolved to be just gun-like in their own way. And so this race of Gatlians each has their own unique personality, their unique set of abilities, and you're going to be rescuing them from this evil alien cartel, and together, you got to stop the bad guys.
And get more Gatlians.
Yeah, collect more Gatlians.
Yeah, a lot of players are going to have very different experiences depending on what gun they favor.
Yeah, you can kind of pick your favorite companion to have out a lot and hear their dialogue, be part of different dialogue scenes and stuff.
Yeah.
Look at us, blasting away!
And sometimes you can unlock the guns in a different order than another player has. So when you go back through a level, you'll see things that you would have been able to access if you'd done it in the other order.
That's
and you can come back.
That's a huge one.
All right, so we've talked about this crazy good game that sounds amazing. Why should people be excited to play it?
As a studio, we are attempting to bring A-level adult comedy into video games.
Something I love about Squanch is we would put a lot of effort into things that a lot of other studios wouldn't even bother with, like a single small joke that 5 players might find.
Well, okay, now I can. I love that stuff. I love like edge casing and like
That's what makes you remember a game.
Yeah, like if a player's trying to break the game in a certain way and then you have an answer for that for them, that is like such a memorable and amazing moment. It's almost like watching TV, but the viewer is able to reach into the TV and poke a thing, and the character has to respond to that. And there's so much fun to be had for the most part.
You can skip it all. We worked really hard on it if you want to skip it.
Yeah, if you want to just like miss out on like, you know,
yeah, if you're like a big dummy and you don't want to play the game at all, that's fine. We're not going to judge you. We're just going to be upset.
Just close your eyes and imagine you're flying. Can we have a swing in our next home?
We'll find one with trees around it.
Oh, yes! Apple trees!
Hey, I've flown enough, I think. Should we go back?
Yes. Hello.
Oh, hello. And welcome. You're new here.
Yes. Well, actually, we're a bit lost.
And where are you going? Not to Rome, I would assume.
No, we're looking for an island. It has 2 teeth, and there's a bird, and a small lake, and flowers.
It's probably an island with 2 large mountains. We were told you could help us find it.
Not from memory. But I have an old map of the Mediterranean Sea somewhere. Do you want to have a look?
Yes, thank you. That'll be perfect.
Good people!
What's going on?
We're looking for a boy and a girl. The girl has killed several soldiers. She's armed and dangerous. By order of Count Victor of Arles. We're searching this camp.
I know a guilty look when I see one. But, whatever you've done, I won't give up a child. Come with me.
Oh no!
Quick! Run, Hugo! Straight on! Take your hands off me! Oh no! Hugo!
Amicia!
My head.
Get up! You must leave!
Yes, yes. I'm dizzy. Your hand.
You're bleeding again!
Oh, Lord. Oh.
Amicia! We must leave!
Yes. We have to keep moving.
Where are we?
Looks like a quarry.
We're going in there? It's dark.
I don't know if there's another way.
Where are they?
Let's push inside. We must not stay in the open.
Stop, Amicia. There are people.
I hear nothing. How do you know?
I feel them. I think it's the rats. I can try to feel better.
You're sure about this?
Yes. Don't worry.
Fine. Careful.
Yes. I see them. They're here. Soldiers.
Hold on. How?
The rats. They can feel people's blood. Now I can too. It's like a noise. Like an echo.
So where are they?
Close. Coming. I can do it again if you want.
Got it. Let's go. Careful.
They're trapped in here. They can't go back. Where are the workers? This mine isn't abandoned, is it? I don't start with your bloody superstitions.
It's the captain you should be afraid of. The girl pissed him off worse than 1,000 Englishmen.
A door up there.
Your head is bad.
I'm fine. The rats, Hugo. Are they a threat? Are they coming out?
No. They're deep. For now.
Stay focused on them.
That girl. She took down the
I see more of them. You're doing well.
one of the wall's dogs of war.
The wall doesn't use women or children.
They're here too. How do we get out of here?
She's possessed. We'll have to burn her body.
Go to hell. Let's move on.
Yes, we need to get out.
Came from that way.
A trapdoor.
Yes, that's our way out.
Oh, not now. Amicia.
Let me breathe.
We should wait, Amicia.
Oh, no, they'll find us. We have to reach that building.
Is it a church?
Don't know, but we're too exposed. We'll try in there. Maybe safer.
They won't give up.
They're butchers.
Did you kill a lot in the Red City?
More than I should have.
Ugh.
We can make it.
Yes, then you'll rest. Be careful. You're too tired.
Don't worry.
That sound. What's happening?
There are too many.
That's what it is. Out of our way.
Please, be careful of your head.
I'm fine.
Dead soldier. Who did this?
Remember, the Count Arl wants this land clean of its scum. This girl killed your brothers. Her execution will take place here.
Huh? What's making that noise?
Burned to a crypt. Someone's been murdered. Look sharp. It's them. They did this.
I'd better have a look over there.
On my way.
Over there. Hurry.
Amicia? Amicia! No. It's bleeding a lot.
Oh, they're here.
They're coming!
I can't. You have to handle it yourself.
Are you sure?
Do it. Quick. Control. You go.
Everyone be careful. You're too tired.
Don't worry.
There are too many.
That's one less. Hugo? Hugo? What's wrong? What's wrong?
Come
rat, blossomed into fortune by hands of craftsmen. Truly, a beautiful city. But what use is prosperity against the impending doom that is the plague? This graveyard, I must find it. That is my fate. Wake up, son. Your father proud.
Hello? Anyone here?
Only anguish fills this residence, Benedict.
I got a bad feeling about this. Since I found the first piece, there must be more. That's him. My father.
I can guide you through his memories. We're close. Don't let your fright hold you back now.
It is good to see you, you old devil.
Pull yourself together, Benedict.
Hi, I'm Bartek, creative director at with your trustworthy demon companion by your side, follow the mystery back in the real world, you will encounter different limbos, each with various menacing biomes and threats within.
Beware the foe ahead. Reflection. As much as a mirror feeds on the image, the demons feed off of people's emotions.
Here, Benedict is taking on two demons at the same time, while trying to avoid being cornered. Remember, stay calm and always control the situation. In the demon realm, Benedict will encounter other factions, each with their own agendas. Fighting them will require different approaches. Not all encounters are the same. Exploring the limbo can be dangerous, but rewarding. With the gathered loot, you can get back to the mansion in the real world and replenish your stock with the help of some trusted old friends. In this case, it's Harry Houdini, the legendary illusionist.
Harry, long time no see.
It is good to see you, you old devil. In trouble again, I presume?
I feel Harry knows you better than you do yourself.
You got that thing? The old one got lost in the mail, if you know what I mean.
Got it right here.
The Amplificator. A hideous, but extremely useful item.
Take a look outside. Did you know that they call Callisto the Dead Moon? Dead. Just like you would have been if I hadn't fished you out of that wreck. So whatever you're holding on to right there, that's your old life. You gotta let that go. Because your new life is entirely in my hands. I'm just trying to give you a chance at rebirth. I just love that last part. Gives me chills every time.
I feel great. I think that the reveal went like better than we could possibly imagine. You don't know. You're making a game for 3 years and your first time out. Like, let's hope people like it, you know. So, it went really well. We were very conscious that the environments would look different. That was very important. I think you're going to get in there and you're going to play the game, maybe and think Dead Space, but when you're done, it's a different story, different characters, different universe, different way we tell the story. We go really deep on story. The combat is different. Enemies are different. I can't see people going, oh, that's Dead Space 4.
They call Callisto the Dead Moon. Dead.
The different environments allow for different types of scares. They allow for different ways for the enemies to come across you. And they allow for different places, different types of combat for you as well. So we tried to mess it up as much as possible and just make each area unique. They're called the biophage. I think it means something like starting from virus. It has something to do with that. You know, when you see a trailer, you usually see them when they're out already, and they're fighting you and all that. But it's the how do they get to you that's pretty scary. We spent a couple years on what we call the gore system. Like engineers, rendering engineers, a couple of artists, they just spent time tearing each and every enemy apart. And then, you know, there were times where like, no, tear another hole in him. You know, go do this. Or, and so each one, like, you may never see the same torn apart guy, you know, twice. And that was part of it too. We wanted each and every person to have like a different horrific experience. Not only do we have a bunch of like horrible deaths, but then the way that he is built, he can be torn apart just by a normal, the enemy slicing him, and maybe his arm already has enough hit points. His arm will come off, his head will come off. So even the ones that aren't sort of planned are going to be different. Resident Evil 4 was a great game, and I'd finished it just before Dead Space, and it had a lot of influence. All due respect, wasn't the scariest game in the world, but it had a lot of tension. Love that game. Can't wait for the remake. It looked fantastic. Whenever I see any studio shut down or anything, it's I'm not a fan of that. I actually named it Visceral. So and we were at that time, the plan was we were going to make that kind of game. So Dante's Inferno came out a little after. We had another one that we were working on, but then I eventually left to go start Sledgehammer. We're not doing the eye scene, but I think we got some really horrible things. One thing that we did when we set up Striking Distance was we put a mocap studio in our office. No longer are the days where we would have, hey, in 3 weeks we got 2 days down in LA where we got mocap. Now it was like anytime we wanted, we could go back in and shoot. And that allowed for just greater range of movement, better quality across the board. No doubt that was conscious right from the very beginning. My chief creative officer was just like, you got to put a mocap studio in your new place. So we did. I think they can succeed because there's less of them. And so, hopefully more people will gravitate towards, hey, I've been playing multiplayer for last 3 months. Let me go play a big story game. Let me go play Last of Us or Horizon or something like that. And that was what we were seeing. We're seeing that people were going and they were taking 2 weeks and saying, I'm going to finish this game. Every game I've ever made has had one that you worry about, right? And Modern Warfare 3 had Battlefield 3, right? Came out a month apart. I stopped worrying about it years ago because I'm like, it's something happens or just, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm hoping that they do well, because they're fellow devs.
See this?
When I got in there, they were like, hey, we've been working on this story and this lore and this timeline, and we think that you can actually put the game in the timeline, right? And I'm like, yeah, why not? I mean, PUBG's giant. Like, will it help? And then, we're a year into it, and we're like, well, the story, we just did what we wanted. Characters, universe, all that. And so we were late to announcing it because it really happened a while ago. But we just didn't want people getting confused, so we came out with the announcement, it's no more in there. These new systems, they do not come with instructions, right? You're like, you got millions of dollars worth of engineers who got to figure this darn thing out. So in the beginning, it's hard, right? The easiest thing to get in the very beginning is graphics. Then comes audio. Then comes special effects. Then comes, like, our main character is awesome. Just looks like Josh. And that came with a team of 10 rendering people on it. I think they're getting better and better. I think Guess Games have had moments. I think now you're going to start to see people, playing more.
So whatever you're holding on to right there, that's your old life.
It's kind of linear, but then we went back and we added beta paths for exploration, and we added a lot. And you don't have to do them if you don't want, but there is a lot of hidden stuff in the game. You'll learn more about the story. I do want you going, oh shoot, I was here. And then I got to follow my way back and get back. Crafton wants to have a bigger spot in the world, and I think they're motivated and they have the right attitude, and so hopefully we'll be seeing this will be one of the companies that does expand more. You got to let the first one come out, got to see how it goes, and then the other stuff follows.
This is Black Irons to transport ship Charon. You are cleared for landing.
Play it day one with Game.
Please welcome to the stage the creator of the Game Awards, Jeff Keighley.
Oh my God! Hello, everybody. How you doing? It is so great to have a live crowd with us here in Cologne, Germany for Gamescom 2022. I'm Jeff Keighley, and I gotta say, I am so excited to be here with you. We did this in 2019, live in person in Germany, and then the past 2 years we had to do it virtually from Los Angeles. And in 2020, the first show that my team did together live was that August, Gamescom, and we connected with all of you virtually. And the fact that we're back here in person, I don't want to ever take this for granted before. So guys, are you ready for a fun show? Well, I gotta say, we have a lot of great stuff for you tonight. We have tons of world premieres. The entire industry has come together to showcase the future for you. We've got games like Sonic Frontiers, the Callisto Protocol, Outlast Trials, Hogwarts Legacy, Gotham Knights, and a lot of surprises of things that we didn't talk about in advance. So we've got some good stuff for you tonight here at Gamescom. And I can't wait to get started. We've got 2 hours of stuff, so should we just get right to it? All right. I love the roar of a live crowd, and because we got a live crowd, we got to surprise you with some stuff tonight, too. So let's start things off with our first world premiere. It's a new world from a brand new team that has a bold vision. Let's check this out.
We want the community to build this. We want it to be their worlds. We want them to tell their stories in our game. I think it's human nature to navigate uncharted territory, to find a place where we're free to explore, to be creative, and to share amazing experiences.
The goals are to make an experience that's unlike any other, which is such an exciting thing to be part of.
I think ultimately, that's kind of been the big ambition, is to create this kind of open world that can be built out in every direction.
I think it's every day is a new discoveries and it's constantly growing.
We've put a lot of focus, I think, on the current zeitgeist and what it means to represent yourself digitally.
This is more than a game. It's a labor of love. It's a labor of passion.
The dream is to create a whole new world for the next generation of gamers, and I think that we've kind of captured that.
Players will play a massive part in this. It's not going to be just our game. It's not going to be just what we decide to do with it.
There's something in it that will definitely appeal to you, no matter what it is that you love to do.
The really thrilling aspect of all this is that people are going to get to see what we're doing for the first time.
I'm just so excited for people to see what we've been spending the last 5 years pouring our hearts and souls into.
And I'm excited to see how they feel about it, even though they will have to wait just a little bit longer.
Everywhere has become more than just a video game for us. And today, we're delighted to give you a peek behind the curtain at what we've been working on.
There you go, everywhere, and I'm sure you've got a ton of questions. And joining me now from Builder Rocket Boy is Adam Whiting to hopefully answer some of those, because we're a little confused, but we want to know a lot about this. So tell us, everywhere, what kind of game is this? What can you tell us, Adam?
Well, firstly, can I just say it's really exciting to just be here, and we've been looking forward to coming out of stealth mode and really delighted to start the conversation today here at Gamescom. Now, I won't be able to reveal everything, but what I can say is that really we're not trying to make a normal game. I think the scope and ambition of this project are quite unlike anything else. We want to build a whole new world for gamers, and not just a place to play, but watch, share, create, hang out with your friends, and so much more.
Well, I got to say, the end of the trailer, I think we all were taken aback by, whoa, change art style, this seems totally different. Is that part of everywhere? What can you tell us?
Well, Jeff, that's one of the many surprises we've got in store for players. I mean, we are passionate about making games and telling stories, but ultimately we made Everywhere to be a place where players can make their own experiences, be who they want to be and tell their own stories. But we're still passionate about making immersive and cinematic experiences that players can just get lost in and enjoy. I guess you could say we want people to have their cake and eat it, and Everywhere is the place that can happen.
All right, well, definitely a bold vision for what you're doing here. The other question I'm sure we're all wondering is, we didn't see a date on the trailer. Any sense of when we're going to get to play this thing? Where are you at in development?
Well, I'm delighted to say that we aim to have Everywhere in the hands of players in 2023, but we've got many more things to show and tell over the coming months. And we're really excited for you to sign up on our website, everywhere.game. But really, today was just a sneak peek behind the curtain to see what the team has been so hard at work on. And we're really excited to get this in the hands of players as soon as possible.
Amazing. Well, Adam, thank you for sharing the reveal here at Gamescom. It's awesome to have so many European studios on stage. And tonight, we've got a lot of European studios that are going to reveal their games for the first time. And right now, we're going to move to another world premiere announcement.
I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over and through me. And when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear is gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain.
Trust me, the fun is just beginning tonight. All right, how many of you out there are fans of PlayStation? Well, we've got a fun surprise for you. I said, PlayStation, what can we do for all the fans coming together here at Gamescom? And right now, I'm honored to share this global PlayStation announcement with you right here at Gamescom. There you go. The DualSense Edge. It's a high-performance, ultra-customizable, wireless PlayStation 5 controller designed by PlayStation. And you see there you can have your own custom control profiles customized to your play style. And if you guys want to learn more about the brand new controller, you can head to PlayStation blog. And thanks to PlayStation for sharing that announcement with us here at Gamescom. All right, next up, the Callisto Protocol. You guys hyped for that game?
Thank you.
Well, joining me now is Glenn Schofield from Striking Distance. Glenn, we are so excited about this game coming out in December. You came all the way over in the middle of development to Gamescom. We really appreciate it. How has the response been to Callisto so far?
Man, Jeff, the response has been fantastic for a new IP. I couldn't ask for anything more. So I want to thank the fans, and I want to thank my team for just really killing it. And it's great to be back at Gamescom, man. You know.
Well, you got some good stuff for the fans, and we're going to get to that in a second. You brought some gameplay. We saw some great stuff at Summer Game Fest. You brought more now. What are we going to see today, Glenn?
Yeah, you've got some live gameplay. We've got two sections. The first one is going to show some crazy combat. And the second one is something new from the game, a little different than what we've shown with a pretty crazy ending.
Yes, it is. You guys are going to love this. One thing I wanted to ask you about was you're known certainly in the team for your work on Dead Space. In that game, we love the strategic dismemberment. I understand you're kind of one-upping things for this game?
Well, we got dismemberment, and we've shown the gore system. And today we're going to show a couple new things, including one that we're showcasing called mutations. So the enemies may sometimes have these tentacles that come out. And if you don't shoot them, take them out on time, this guy in real time is going to mutate in front of you into something bigger, badder, faster, meaner, and he's going to be taking you out. It's pretty cool.
Well, this is one of my most anticipated games. It's coming out this December. Glenn, thanks to you and the team for putting this together. Let's take a look at brand new gameplay from the Callisto Protocol.
Thank you.
Pressure check complete. Releasing gate now. Releasing gate now.
All right, that's pretty good, right? We got lots more coming for you, but right now I want to introduce my co-host for ONL, Melly. Melly, welcome to ONL.
Thanks, Jeff. I'm so excited to be here at Gamescom. Hello, everybody. I'm your guide for tonight for all the happenings around Gamescom, and I'm really, really excited to be here because the heart of gaming is beating once again, and game devs and publishers from all around the world are making their way to Cologne to show you hundreds of new games. So if you're not here yet and still can come by, make sure to drop by. And if you can't, make sure to drop by next year, because it is definitely worth a visit. And one of the highlights we have this year is we actually have the largest indie area ever bringing visitors and devs closer together than anywhere else in the world. And you can meet the makers of the most original and fantastic and creative games here. And if you're not here, and if you can't make it here, do not worry. You can also check out the Indie Arena booth online at gamescom.global. Jeff, it's back to you.
Thank you, Melly, and you'll be with us all night. We've got Gamescom awards to come and other things too. But let's get right back to the world premieres. This next one is one you've been waiting for a long time to see. Let's take a look at this brand new world premiere.
After an age of the cruelest tyranny, man finally defeated its overlord. The gods do not fall forever. The champions of war united and began the eternal watch over their tyrant's colossal remains. For some forces, even death cannot end. But now, eons later, the fallen god's influence pervades the world again, corrupting even sworn enemies. Join his accursed lords of the fallen and damn humanity to a new age of devastation. Though from these darkest days, new heroes arise. To defy the gods, one must embrace the darkness. And so lies our only hope.
Mother, tell your children not to walk my way. Tell your children not to hear my words. What they mean, what they say, mother.
Wish list now.
That's right. They dropped the two. The Lords of the Fallen. All right, now it's time for another new game announcement. The sequel to a game that redefined the term couch co-op. Check this out.
Are you struggling? Missing your regular FARTs? Have you tried going online? Visit exotic destinations. Move your dreams, whoever you are. Apply today. No skills? No worries. Everybody's welcome. You're hired. Open a door of new opportunities. Work alone or with a friend, or two, or more. You can do it. Move locally or connect together online. Yeah! Nice one. Coming 2023.
Yes, it's time to step into the Potterverse. You guys excited for Hogwarts Legacy? Well, it is coming out in February of 2023, and tonight at Gamescom, we've got the brand new trailer for you to take a look at. I don't want to say much and spoil much. This is an incredible trailer. I hope you enjoy it.
The more we know about Salazar Slytherin and the dark arts, the better prepared we'll be.
If either of you uses dark magic, I will notify the headmaster immediately. Unforgivable curses are so named for a reason.
A spell that could save your life shouldn't be unforgivable.
The dark arts seem harmless until it's too late.
None of us will be able to avoid dark magic forever.
What do we do now?
It's up to us. I can teach you Crucio, or I can cast it on you. I'm ready. Crucio!
You've made your choice.
What have the two of you done?
That's right, it's time to step into the world of Borderlands now. Joining me is the founder of Gearbox Entertainment Company, Randy Pitchford. Randy, great to see you here.
Thanks for the intro, Jeff. I think a lot of these guys probably know me from my work at Gearbox creating Borderlands. Any Borderlands fans in the house? Well, I got good news. I know some of you hardcore folks saw the leak, but I'm here to officially announce new Tales from the Borderlands.
So, tell us about this. We remember Tales from the Borderlands. This is new Tales from Borderlands. This is new characters, new story?
It is. You know, I loved the original game, and so that's why we got some of the original storytellers and writers that were back in the day at Telltale and developed an all-new storyline with all new characters, created with production from Gearbox Studio Quebec. It's an all-new experience, and we're here to show it for the first time today. You guys want to check it out?
Let's do it. It's coming soon, too, right?
That's right. Coming in October of this year. October of this year, all platforms.
Awesome. Well, let's take a look, Randy. This is exciting. New Tales from the Borderlands. First at Gamescom.
Most stories in the Borderlands start bloody. They end bloody, too. Sometimes, all it takes to change the galaxy is a trio of losers trying to get through a bad day.
We are in the middle of a TDR invasion.
Leave immediately! This area is now under TDR jurisdiction!
They think there was a vault key being kept on the station.
If we can find whatever's in that vault before TDR does, we can change our lives.
We're bad at this, like really bad. TDR has many guns, talking guns, guns with legs.
I'm gonna blast you so freaking bad! Yeah! Shut up, Richard!
I always wanted to change the universe for the better, and now we actually can!
But more importantly, we'll be drowning in ash!
Why are you people like this?
If you happen to see any corpses along the way, don't worry about them. They're just, yeah, don't worry about them.
to the city and join the deadliest spectacle of this season. I'm gonna tell you a story about a species that survived millennia. Homo neanderthalensis, Homo rhodesiensis, Homo erectus, all of them wiped out by the deadliest species of all, us. I am Astrid. This is the new arena. And my advice for you, stay alive.
Let out the beast. Let out the beast. Let out the beast.
Every day you fight for survival, but today you fight for glory. Anyone can be a warrior. What makes you different is the spirit of a champion.
Let out the beast. Let out the beast. Let out the beast. Let out the beast. Let out the beast.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So you want to join me? Sign up and be a part of my crew in Tortuga.
Product not yet rated.
Saturday, the Gamescom Awards will be handed out to the winners of the best games on the show floor. Only submitted games showing at Gamescom will be eligible to be nominated, and the awards will be streamed on all Gamescom channels, so make sure to tune in. But tonight, I'm allowed to hand out 4 awards. I'm very, very excited about that. And I would say, let's jump straight into it, starting with the most wanted PC game. Here are your nominees. Metal Hellsinger, System Shock, Warhammer 40,000 Darktide, And the winner is Metal Hellsinger. And here to accept the award is Sheila Wikström, executive producer at The Outsiders. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Wow, this is a lot of people. I was practicing my speech a lot, but of course, you know, when it's as much people as there is right now, you'll blank. But I want to say that I am honored to receive this award on behalf of my team. The team behind Metal is an amazing bunch of people that I'm so lucky to be working with every day. And the truth is, making games is super hard. When I started out, I don't think I really realized how hard. And what I learned is that focusing on compassion, kindness, and empathy just as much as any other craft in games would be the key to successful game development. And it's precisely those qualities that my team possess and why I'm so privileged to be working with them every day. I love you guys at home. I miss you so much. So what I want to say to you, my industry friends and colleagues, is treat each other with heart, kindness, and respect every day. Make games with humanity. Thank you so much.
Congratulations once again. And Jeff, back to you.
Thank you, Melly. Well, the world premiere train keeps going. It's time to move to the world of Sonic. Any Sonic Hedgehog fans out there? Sonic has had a pretty good year with the Sonic 2 movie, which was a ton of fun earlier this year. Well, Sonic Frontiers is in development, and we've got a brand new trailer for you and confirmation of the release date, too. Check this out.
Submit. Your reckless actions endanger the world. There you go. It is coming this year, Sonic Frontiers. All right, well now, another European studio wanted to use Gamescom O&L as a platform to announce another narrative experience. This comes from a French studio. Check this out.
We leave so many things behind us. Objects, memories, mistakes. They sink in time, touch the bottom and go to sleep. Silence is full of ghosts. And here, voices can only come from the deep. Deep under the waves.
Guys, it's time for the goats. Ready for some goats?
No live goats today, but we are here to talk about Goat Simulator 3. We got to announce this back at Summer Game Fest. And now it's time to see the gameplay of Goat Simulator 3 for the first time. Let's check this one out. November 17th, that has literally about everything you could imagine in it. Goat Simulator 3. All right. A lot of people ask me how I got started in the industry, and what I loved doing when I was a kid with my brother, we would play PC adventure games, and I grew up playing classic LucasArts and Sierra adventure games. You guys remember Monkey Island by chance? Well, I am so excited because there is a new Monkey Island in development right now. Ron Gilbert, the series creator, is back. You may have heard about it. Return to Monkey Island. And tonight at Gamescom, I am so excited that we get to announce the release date. Or actually, I don't. We get to go to Stan to tell us the release date. Check this out.
Hello, friends. It's your old pal Stan, coming to you through the magic of marketing to let you know that your search for quality entertainment is about to bear fruit. But I wouldn't be doing my job if I just dropped the details on you without a little build-up. I want you to see the kind of fine dining establishments you'll be visiting, like this one.
Get lost.
And if escapism is your cup of flavor, you can't do much better than this exotic and extremely remote island.
Stay back! How did you find me?
Return to Monkey Island launches September 19th, which happens to be International Talk Like a Pirate Day. But you don't have to wait. You can order it right now, before it's even out. Something we in the marketing industry call a pre-order. As a bonus, I'm ready to unload this shipment of beautiful horse armor to anyone who pre-orders Return to Monkey Island. It'll look fantastic in your inventory.
Oi, you missed a spot.
I've got to go now. I've got a lot of irons and a lot of fires. You know how it is. But I'll be back to steal every scene I'm in Return to Monkey Island. I'll see you there. All pre-order customers will receive the exclusive horse armor item in their inventory. Please note that the horse armor has no practical use in-game and in no way will contribute to the gameplay, puzzles, or narrative of Return to Monkey Island.
Oh my God. A month away, and I love the horse armor. It does absolutely nothing. It just sits in your inventory. Return to Monkey Island. Cannot wait for that. All right, now let's turn to the world of Unknown Worlds, the creators of Subnautica. As we've teased, they are here today at Gamescom to unveil a brand new IP, and it's a departure from Subnautica. It's a brand new turn-based sci-fi game, and we're going to reveal it for the first time right here. Actually, special guest is. Let's check this out.
Hi, I'm Brandon Sanderson. You might know me as the author of the Mistborn series, the Stormlight Archive, or as the guy who finished Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time. Over the last few years, I've been working closely with my friends at Unknown Worlds on the exciting project we're revealing today. You, of course, know Unknown Worlds for creating immersive and fantastical worlds like the incredible Subnautica series. When they reached out to me, I was absolutely thrilled to help craft the expansive sci-fi universe in which their next game is set. This secret has been a hard one to keep, and we're so excited to finally show you what we've created together. So, without further ado, this is Moonbreaker.
Let us keep this civilized.
Welcome to the party.
With you till the end.
Needles up. Stay alive.
This will be over real quick. Oh, me.
Get over here.
Ready? Okay.
Grenades, anyone?
They'll never see this coming. I taste their panic.
Good game. Stop this treachery!
Come on, it's fun. The crowd goes wild.
Let there be fire!
Well, it's been a blast. Or it will be.
And joining me from Unknown Worlds is Charlie Cleveland. Charlie, Moonbreaker, it's real, and it's so different than Subnautica. So
Yes,
tell us,
it is.
This departure, you guys like to kind of reinvent yourselves every game, right?
Yeah, so people thought we were kind of crazy for making Subnautica after making Natural Selection. We went from a strategy shooter to a pacifist underwater game, survival. So I feel like we've done this before. We love changing genres, but I'm hoping, our Subnautica fans will still come along for playing a digital miniatures game. I hope.
Well, it's so cool. A digital miniatures game. Everyone loves miniatures, but how do you translate that into gameplay? What is the gameplay of this game?
So we're kind of channeling like a Guardians of the Galaxy or Firefly kind of feel. So you can see that from the colorful art style we have. So you choose a captain and 10 crew, and you build a roster, kind of like a traditional miniatures game. And every unit in the game is really like strange and special and kind of game breaking. So yeah, you deploy units and you move them around on the battlefield, and you get all these crazy game-changing powers, kind of like Hearthstone meets XCOM, kind of.
Well, you see the gameplay here. It looks great, and it's coming soon, as we said, in the September, so you're not early access, you're not going to wait long. But the thing I want to get to is the painting of miniatures, which we saw a tease of in the trailer. And I know you actually, painting was cathartic for you sort of during the pandemic, right?
Yeah, so the painting, you can't have a miniatures game without painting. And during the lockdown, I just found myself like learning to draw and just zoning out and feeling really relaxed when the world was basically falling apart around us. And we really tried to capture that feeling. It's not like Photoshop or like special technical tools or anything like that. We just simulate washes, dry brushing. We've got decals. This feels like you're actually painting a real miniature. And I have to say, because everyone is surprised by it, like all the miniatures you see painted in the game are all painted with the tool. Wow. So it's like actually pretty powerful.
Amazing. Well, it's so cool that you're revealing it here, and it's playable at Gamescom, right?
It is. It's here. You guys are the first ones to play it.
Wow.
And it's more. We're over in the Crafton booth.
Okay.
Crafton booth.
And for everyone else around the world, they're not going to wait long, right?
Yes, we'll be on Steam Playtest in September. We have a couple open weekends, and then we're going to be launching into Steam Early Access September 29th. So it's really close.
Only a month away, Moonbreaker. Charlie, thank you so much for coming all the way out here.
Thank you.
I know you had a tough time
My pleasure.
getting here, but
Thank
you
you,
made
everyone.
it. All right, Charlie Cleveland with Unknown Worlds. Thank you so much, Charlie. And now it's time to reveal another game with a very catchy tune in the trailer. Check this out.
Let me tell you about the friends that invested all they had on a shady site that looked like a scam. It said buy this magic cards to play the coolest game and fight against your friends with no consequence. You know where to find me, this is friends versus friends. You're a tiny but I am not afraid. You will need a helmet, play friends versus friends. Friends out, get it like we'll buy some bullets. Here's the tower and hide your heart, get it friends. Make them have a big freaking head. Friends versus friends. Friends versus friends. Friends versus friends.
Inspired by the familiar story of Pinocchio, Lies of P is a new action Souls-like game that is coming out from NeoWiz, and you guide Pinocchio on his unrelenting journey to become human. This game looks absolutely great, and we've got a brand new gameplay trailer to show you, and this game is also coming to Xbox Game Pass on day one. Let's check it out.
Can you hear me? I hope this reaches you. This city is falling apart. Chaos, madness, death. And there might be no going back. But you can change that. It depends on the choice you make. Truth or lie.
I might be asking too much of you. But I don't have a choice. Only you can do this. Please, help me. Finally, we meet, son.
The stage is set.
The light shines brightest in the darkest of times.
All right, buddy, I'm here for you. Don't worry.
Don't give up.
Keep
You can lean on me if you want.
protect.
Fulfill. Your destiny.
Hey, you! Yes, you! Do you have fun? Fear of missing Gamescom? Relax. Gamescom is everywhere you want. Gamescom now. Register now.
That's right. All the fun of Gamescom is available from wherever you are online, obviously. And Well, in case you're wondering who that little guy is, that's Epi, and he's on a mission to save the Gamescomverse from the evil future. And if you want to help him, check out the Epic section at gamescom.global. You can solve quests and win prizes, so take part and help Epi to save the Gamescomverse. But first, I want to tell you more about some of the great program we have for this week, and it's quite a schedule, so please bear with me. There is, for example, the Gamescom Studio by IGN, featuring game spotlights, dev interviews, and all insights into this year's Gamescom, so please make sure to check that out so you don't miss anything. And also, the awesome Indie Showcase is back, featuring the newest, most original, crazy indie games here on Friday afternoon at 5:30 p.m. CEST, and I'm really looking forward to it. And something I'm really looking forward to is the cosplay contest on Sunday, where the super creative cosplay community takes center stage. And this is absolutely one of my favorites, so make sure to not miss it out. It is definitely worth the watch. And for more updates, follow @Gamescom on all platforms. And, well, now it is almost time to introduce our next guest, but sadly she couldn't make it since she is a tad far away. So let's see, she sent us a video, and I would say, let's have a look.
Hello Gamescom, I'm ESA astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti, currently flying at around 27,000 kilometers an hour, 400 kilometers above your head on board of the International Space Station. Today, I come to you to say bravo to the games industry. We see how many space games you've been creating recently. Those missions you send your players on aren't just great fun. They create curiosity, interest, and the love of space exploration in gamers around the world. As we look towards returning to the moon and on to Mars with our ambitious Terra Nova program, humanity's spaceflight capabilities will be in part thanks to the games industry. And who knows, perhaps even you will be among us here at ESA for the journey. Exploring space virtually isn't just great fun. It's having real-world impacts that lead us all closer to the stars. So on behalf of everyone at ESA, bravo. Keep creating, keep innovating, and keep playing. This is ESA astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti, wishing everyone a wonderful Gamescom from the International Space Station.
When we were looking at games for Gamescom Opening Night Live, one of the things I was most impressed with this year is there are a lot of European studios that want to debut games here, and also a lot of brand new IP, brand new worlds, and we're going to introduce one of those to you right now, and I think you're going to get pretty excited about it. Check out this world premiere.
The sand has memories. Memories of our past, when gods walked this world, and our heroes stood amongst them. But the gods' vanity grew, and in their struggle, we were cast away. Only remnants of these stories remain in the sand, in the ruins of this shattered, broken world. Even in ruins, we endure. We won't let go. For now, we can stand for ourselves. And face gods.
Atlas Fallen coming in 2023. Now, a classic strategy game that I remember playing in the late 90s is Homeworld. Did anyone else play that back in the day? Great PC space RTS. Well, a brand new Homeworld is coming out next year, and we've got a brand new look at some new gameplay from Homeworld. Let's check it out.
It was a simple perimeter scan, escorting resources. But we were ambushed by Kalan raiders. Fighters were no problem, but the missile frigates were a different story. Command got clever. One wing used cover to keep themselves safe on approach.
Target acquired.
While another group found a tunnel in the structure to sneak behind them.
We're on the right path with range. Huge up. Let's do this.
It worked. But just before a carrier battle group arrived. We scrambled bombers.
Sector confirmed. Scanning zone adjusted.
Perfect for attacking capital ships.
This is bomber lead. Engaging carrier.
We protected the resourcers while they hauled in the goods. Which meant we could roll out assault frigates.
Cleared hot. Let's take it to them. Stay on them.
Break contact.
The raiders weren't pushovers, but Command countered their hit-and-run tactics. The way their carrier exploded, beautiful. And we even grabbed a little souvenir. That missile frigate is ours now.
Homeworld 3 in the first half of 2023. Now, today is a big day, speaking of threes, because it's the version 3.0 update to Genshin Impact. which is an incredible action RPG from Hoyoverse. Well, today we've got an exclusive new look at version 3.0 and the new Rainforest Nation, as well as a sneak peek of a mysterious ancient civilization and settlement that is found deep inside the desert. Let's take a look at this world premiere.
Can't see? I'll uproot you! Get out!
Go! Come on, let's go! There's a fortune to be made! You're more than fine! Let's sweeten the deal!
Scatter! Germinate!
What an absolutely beautiful game. And that's not all from Hoyoverse, because they also have Honkai Star Rail in development. It's a grand interstellar adventure with strategic turn-based combat. And now we're going to take a new look at the story and adventure that awaits you in Honkai Star Rail.
Of 5 people, 3 must pay a price. You are not one of them, Jinyuan. You are one of them.
The Xianzhou is in danger. This man, he...
The train is about to make the jump. Hold on, everyone.
Hello again. It is now time for our next Gamescom award. And here are your nominees for the most wanted Microsoft Xbox game. The Dark Pictures, The Devil in Me. The Last Case of Benedict Fox. Manuel Helsinger. And the winner is The Last Case of Benedict Fox. And here to accept the award is Bartek Leśniakowski, Creative Director at Plot Twist. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's quite of a shocker for us. We just love good Metroidvania games, and we are working hard on making Benedict Fox just that. And I would like to thank Xbox team for their support, and Rogue team for being the best publisher ever. And especially I would like to thank my team in Krakow. They are crazy talented, and my hands hold the award, but their hands make the game. Dziękuję wam bardzo. Thank you.
Congratulations once again, the last case of Benedict Fox. And Jeff, back to you.
Thank you very much, Melly. Anyone here a fan of Justin Roiland? Rick and Morty? Well, he's got a brand new game, which you may have seen at Xbox's show in June, called High on Life. It is coming to Xbox and Game Pass in December, and they wanted to send us just a great gameplay clip. You're going to enjoy this. Talking guns in a boss fight, and that's all I'm going to say to set this up. I think you're going to really... This is a trip. Check this out. World premiere of High on Life.
Wow, we're actually hitting her! Holy crap! That was cool! Come on, admit it! We're hurting you!
No! Fuck you! Are you even a real bounty hunter?
Jesus, it's so gross you even went in there!
Sludge tastes like shit!
Yeah, so stop diving into it! Shit, she's filling the place with sludge! Stay in the air!
Better not fall in!
Hey, I'm still here. You can still use me if you want. I can deflect attacks. Did you know that? I'm not just all about stabbing. Well, I'm mostly all about stabbing and tethering, but I can also deflect attacks. I'll slice them to fucking death. I'll cut their fucking heads off. I'll rip their limbs. I'll fucking do everything. Oh, I'm gonna fucking cut right into them. I'll cut their fucking asshole off and eat it.
You know, this sludge matches your toxic personality.
Fuck off! That wasn't even a good one. Surprise! Clutch bag! Hey, it's me, Five-Core! Kill my shitty clone! I'm rooting for you! Oh, incoming laser! Laser just for you.
Bet you're just as nice and squishy on the inside as the rest of them. Let me at her, bounty hunter.
Wow, we're having our first real boss fight together.
I'm the strongest out of all the Torg clones. I'm impressed you made it this far. My ant soldiers are extremely strong.
Honestly, I don't think they were. We're new at this, and it was pretty easy to kill them all.
If I'm going out, I'm taking you with me!
Just stay alive. I think she's basically done for.
Do you see that? What? Where? What is it? Wait, what are you? Dude, don't eat that. Come on, dude. Dude!
You know she's gonna eat it.
What?
Yep.
No! No!
Told ya.
Gross.
You've been selected from among thousands of candidates
Hey, Cutter.
to join the Lynx family.
You're from Earth, right?
This is more than just a job. It's
An opportunity.
You ever miss it?
Caution.
Oh, shit, oh, shit.
Lynx. Making the world
A better place.
What they say about work in space is true.
There's something real special here. You don't have power here. You never will.
Look around you. We're expendable.
I can hear them in the walls. Ain't a trade like it. Dancing between the ribs of a ship, gaze out at the rest of the human race, buzzing in the distance. That's when the sky fills up with flames. That's the way things go. Now we're talking. All that you need, no, we got it all. Infinity goes on and on. Bring the truth to the lie, the depths to the highs, left, right to the center now. Our different designs, we bridge the divide and we bring it all together now.
You gotta help me rescue my friends.
Bring it together now. Together now. Bring it together now. All that you need, no, we got it all. Infinity goes on and on. Don't got no limits now. We got it and we give it all. Get it and you really go. Hey, bring it together now. Bring it together now. Bring it together now.
First announced back at the Game Awards, Telltale's next project is based on the Prime Video series The Expanse. Well, we showed you a little bit of the trailer at the Game Awards to set up the world. Now you're going to get a first glimpse at the gameplay with this behind-the-scenes clip. Enjoy.
Drummer, his suit is punctured and losing pressure. You need to release the vault attached now or he could die.
Hold still. We'll see what we can do. Captain Drummer, what are your orders?
The Expanse is obviously one of those universes that has a ton of opportunities to tell great stories. One of the things I'm super excited about is the zero-G stuff that we've been doing. A big part of when we're making the game, not only are we thinking about the characters, we also have to think about how can we evolve the genre in any way that will make players excited to be part of this universe and feel like they're engaging in something rather than just being a passive audience member.
You'll figure something out. I know you will.
It's actually been a really interesting thing as an actor to explore some of her more vulnerable sides that by the time we meet her in the series, they've been cauterized.
Because this score, Drummer, this is the greatest score any scavenger has ever come across. You'll need me if you want any chance of unloading it.
The craziness of an exploded ship that now constitutes several parts in a mass that you can move them on, and balancing that out against almost like you're excavating a story. That's a personal story. Those are people, those are characters, and you are now among their ghosts. Whatever they were doing right before they died, being a scavenger, it's a pretty dark job. We're really excited about how it feels to both play and experience the story in the game.
on, and we still have a ship that's ready to be scavenged. So get to it.
Speaking of adapting things from one medium to another, here's a film adaptation that into a game, which I don't think you would have ever expected. Check this out. Goats, killer clowns, we got it all tonight at Opening Night Live. Now we've got another brand new game announcement from a European publisher for a sci-fi action adventure. Here we go.
We always wondered if we're alone in the universe. We observed and explored, but found nothing. Until now.
It has been 6 months since the alien object known as the Metahedron suddenly appeared above Earth's atmosphere.
Personal log, sentient contact assessment and response team.
Kate, we have an issue.
What happened?
Power supply failing.
Sensors offline.
I'm switching to backup generators.
Now we're going to talk about Gamescom Goes Green, which is an initiative that has made Gamescom the first climate-friendly gaming event in the world. The core event and this show, Opening Night Live, I'm happy to say, are 100% climate neutral for the first time, and that's something we all should be very proud of. You guys are part of that, too. Now, as part of this initiative, Gamescom, along with the United Nations Environmental Program Initiative Playing for the Planet, are going to give out the first ever Gamescom Goes Green Award to the best sustainability concept from an exhibitor here at Gamescom. And the nominees are Microsoft Xbox, Yuki, and the Indie Arena booth. And to find out the winner, let's turn it over to Melly.
Thank you, Jeff. And yes, the winner of this year's Gamescom Goes Green Award is Yuki. And here to accept the award is Dr. Joe Twist, CEO of Yuki. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Gamescom, for this wonderful award. It's brilliant to be recognized. Thank you to the Yuki team who works so hard every day to be greener. And thank you to the UN's Playing for the Planet Alliance for inspiring us to change. You know, it's so fantastic to see these amazing game worlds that we're going to play in over the next year. But you know, we only have one planet to live on. And we only have one lifetime to make a change and to protect that planet so that we can continue to play our games. So everybody, whether you're a player or a business, can make one small change starting tomorrow, and together we can play more games together and save the planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe, and congratulations once again to Yuki. And remember, it is not only the organizers or exhibitors that can go green. All of you can also make a change by donating to the Gamescom Forest. So plant your Gamescom tree today. Jeff, back to you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Melly. Congratulations to Yuki. Now it's time to announce a brand new game from a new studio of industry veterans working on an ambitious new RPG. Here's the first tease.
In the crux of reality, there exists two lies. One before the shadow, and one behind the eye.
Lots of news here at Gamescom. All right, let's talk about Xbox and Age of Empires 4 that continues to expand. Now we have news on the next civilizations joining the battle as free DLC. If you want to learn more about what's happening with Age of Empires 4, tune into the Xbox booth stream for developer interviews on Thursday. But right now, here's that announcement from Age of Empires 4.
There's more than one way to win a battle, and every empire must find their own path to victory. Whether you strike from afar or ambush up close, the Malians will use wit and strategy to outmaneuver their opponents and gain the advantage on the battlefield. With powerful siege tools and the ability to rally large formations, the Ottomans can keep the pressure on to bring down their enemies' defenses. When the drums of war beat, how will you emerge victorious? History is in the making, and your place in it has just begun.
Time to head to Gotham. You guys excited for Gotham Knights? Well, you don't have to wait long. It is coming this October, and Batgirl, Nightwing, Robin, and Red Hood are going to take over in Gotham Knights. You're probably wondering about the story. Who are the villains? Well, we've got a lot to share in this brand new trailer, and also some exciting news. The release date is going to be a little earlier than you expected. Check this out.
Jim Gordon never gave up on anything. That's why Gotham City is still here. It's why I'm still here. And I've known for a while now that someday, like him, I'd have to work with you. I've seen plenty of criminals in my career, but nothing could have prepared me for this.
Well, well, if it isn't Brat Girl.
Gotham City is at her weakest. There's blood in the water. And the sharks are circling. They're all making their move.
Play nice.
But we aren't going to give up.
A storm has risen over Gotham. Nothing can stop it. See you at the premiere.
I need your help. Your skills. Your knowledge. Your adaptability. You got my back?
Oh, boys!
This biopic is based on a true story. My story. Soon, the world will feel the cold as I do.
I got one last little surprise for you.
Come to watch the show, Red Hood.
Nah, I'm just here to kick your ass.
Pretty good trailer, right? October 21st now for Gotham Knights. All right, now it's time to announce a brand new game from a new studio, the global announcement of the ambitious new adventure game developed by Everstone Games. It's called Where Winds Meet, and it's an interactive open-world RPG featuring action, adventure, and martial arts set in a turbulent time in the Northern Song Dynasty. The combat looks really cool. Check out this announcement of Where Winds Meet. Where winds meet. Again, so much new IP tonight. It's really cool. All right. Back when we started ONL in 2019, a very special guest joined me here in person to close the show. And this year, when I told him that we were going to be back here live in person, he said, well, I got to take part in some way. So please say hello to my good friend, Hideo Kojima. Mr. Kojima?
Thank you, Jeff. gamescom の皆さん、こんにちは。小島秀夫です。僕は今ですね、ゲームの制作、ゲームの新作に取り組んでおりますが、今回は別のニュースのお知らせとなります。この度9月から、僕のポッドキャスト番組を Spotify でなんと独占配信することになりました。それでですね、英語版と日本語版をそれぞれ同時通訳を交えて制作するというですね、新しい試みです。全世界のリスナーに向けてお届けをしたいと思います。またですね、ジェフ・キーリによるエンタメ業界ニュースのコーナーもレギュラー化の決定です。第1回の配信は9月8日を予定しております。各分野を代表するですね、超スペシャルゲストも登壇予定です。ぜひリンクをチェックして楽しみに待っていてください。以上、小島秀夫でした。ありがとうございます。
Last year, opening night live, we announced Park Beyond from Limbic Entertainment and Bandai Namco. And this year, they've got an awesome booth experience for those of you here in person. And for those of you at home, we've got a brand new trailer that shows you more of this incredible amusement park simulation game.
Here is a little something to inspire you. Be creative! Great job, guys. This has a lot of potential.
Couldn't we go a step beyond? Ta-da!
What about you? Will you go beyond your imagination? Park Beyond, coming soon.
So much fun. I love the diversity of games we have here. Amusement Park Simulator. I love Theme Park back in the day. Great to see that's coming out from Limbic and Bandai Namco. All right, now it's time to share another special announcement here at Gamescom. Not a game, but a concept car. That's right, it's here at Gamescom, and I got to catch up with Oliver Heimer, the head of Mini Design. Let's check it out. All right, I'm over here at the Mini booth with Oliver. This is the Mini Concept Aceman reveal. This looks so cool.
I'm glad you like it.
Well, let's take a look and learn more in this trailer. Oh, this looks so cool. I have so many questions for you, Oliver. First of all, I want to ask you about this partnership, a car with gaming features and Pokemon. How did this come together?
Yeah, first of all, let's talk about Gamescom. You know, Gamescom is one of the core events of fandom pop culture. And as we ourselves are a part of that pop culture, we don't want to miss out such a great event. And the Pokemon Company International and we have a lot in common. We're both iconic brands. And Mini is more than a car. It's a character. You partner to explore the world. And the world of Pokemon is full of unique characters with special powers. So we share a love for distinctive design and strong values.
I'm going to ask you your favorite Pokemon in a minute, but first, I want to ask about the gaming features. We saw a little bit in the trailer. Tell us, break it down. Why does this appeal to gamers?
So, first of all, it's all about the Aceman's gaming features. It's designed to be playful, as the brand is. The Pokemon mode welcomes you inside of the car, and then you can connect your gaming console to your Mini. And all you notice is a lot of details referencing Pikachu in particular. Yeah. The Aceman is fully electric, just like Pikachu is an electric type. So they're a perfect match.
Is there an overarching motto to this partnership?
So indeed there it is. We asked ourselves the question, what is if a car could connect it with your gaming console, just like it does with your smartphone? So we are promoting a playful mindset, just like our brand and Pokemon. So our Gamescom claim is play on, never stop playing.
Well, speaking of never stop playing, will we see you next year at Gamescom as well?
Yeah, we plan to stay in the game and play on for sure, like we always have from the get-go. So stay tuned.
Awesome. All right, Oliver, thank you so much. And we've got much more O&L still to come.
Darktide is a first-person co-op game set in the grim-dark future of Warhammer 40,000. Welcome to Tertium, a sprawling hive city on the brink of destruction. You are a reject, a convict freed to serve the Inquisition in this darkest of hours. It is your duty to fight, and, if necessary, die for the Emperor. You can expect no help, no reinforcements. You are Tertium's last line of defense. Is about to begin. Rejects will rise.
Once upon a time, there were two twin sisters, Zora and Yaga.
You got it all wrong. Once upon a time, there was a freak with no face.
Stop it!
You can't hide from Baba, princess. How much longer you want to be a nobody?
I just need to find the Red Oak.
What you really want to find is the hut.
What the hell is wrong with this forest?
Not bad. You kill it again.
If anything bad happens, always head straight to the Red Oak.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And now it is time for a final award. But don't worry, there is more on Saturday, so make sure to not miss our award show on Saturday. But here are your nominees for the most wanted Sony PlayStation game.
The Dark Pictures, The Devil in Me. Lies of P. One Piece Odyssey.
And the winner is Lies of P. Here to accept the award is Ji-won Choi, Project Director at NeoWiz. The stage is yours.
Oh, thank you. First of all, I'm very proud of my team members, and we always do our best to live up to our team's name enough. And finally, do you know BTS? Like BTS in Korean pop, will be enough in the Korean gaming industry. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you. Congratulations once again to Liza P. Thank you so much. And yes, that's it from me for tonight. But before I say goodbye, I want to bring your attention to a more serious matter. The past 5 months of war have been devastating for the Ukrainian families, and UNICEF and partners on the ground are supporting those in need. And of course, funds are needed. So please consider donating at unicef.org if it's possible. And yes, we have to take care of each other. Gamescom also supports the development of Antura, the language learning game for Ukrainian children. Antura is based on an app which was made for Syrian war refugees to learn the local language. And I mean, in times like this, it is more important than ever to take care of each other. And I hope you keep that in mind, not only for Gamescom this week, but way after. Thank you so much. That's it from me, and have a wonderful Gamescom. Jeff, back to you.
Thank you, Melly. Great to have you with us. We got a few more games to go. Now, one of the great things about Gamescom is we love to profile games made in Germany, and this next game was made by 4 students in Berlin. It was a big success on Steam, and now it's coming to a new platform, and we've got the announcement right now. Cute, beautiful. Now we're going to get dark. The Outlast Trials. You guys excited for this game? The Outlast Trials we showed you last year at Gamescom Open Night Live, and we haven't heard anything since really from the team, and everyone keeps asking me, when are we going to get to play this? Well, tonight We've got the world premiere of the brand new trailer, and yes, some news on when you might get to play it. Here we go.
Dispensing of existence. To create constant pressure. Absolute failure control. But bring that fucking law! An assault upon identity. Establishment of guilt.
Look at that pretty face.
Progress and harmony. Self-betrayal. A subjugation of perception. Guard. Chemical encouragement. Doctrine over person.
This is for your own good.
The final confession. Elaborate and inclusive, rather than terse, for an even greater emphasis upon the experience of personal rebirth. The chef went out. Political criminals are subjected to a literally fatal dispensing of existence by the promise of execution.
That's right. Some people will get to play something this year, the Outlast Trials. All right. Next up, we've got a tease of the first release from Embark Studios, which a lot of the veterans that worked on the Battlefield franchise in Stockholm, Sweden. They've got a shooter wrapped in a game show format where destruction is going to play a key role. What we've got here is a short tease with some actual gameplay in it. The full reveal is coming later in September. You can sign up starting now to get in to start play tests of this. Check out the finals. All right, we got one more game for you tonight at Gamescom Opening Night Live, and this is one we've all been waiting a long time for. Here we go. It's true. Dead Island 2 coming next February, and joining me now to tell us about this long-awaited game is Con. Con, great to have you with us. First of all, let's explain a little context to that trailer we saw. Who is that character that we meet?
Thank you, Jeff. It's great to be here. So you just met Jacob, and he is just one of our 6 playable characters. Our zombie slayers have larger-than-life personalities and unique dialogue, which fits in with a very pulpy and irreverent tone, as you could tell.
I see the tagline there, see you in Hell A, so it looks like we're heading to Los Angeles in this game?
Well, our pulpy tone is kind of a love letter to classic cult Hollywood horror B-movies, so where better to set it than in Los Angeles, sort of a modern paradise gone to hell.
Oh yeah, it looks cool. It's obviously over the top. I know you're working on the narrative for it. This game has been, long awaited for many, many years. You guys have been working on it for a few?
Yeah, I'm sure some fans would agree with you. It has been long awaited, but Deep Silver Dambuster Studios started work on it about 4 years ago. We were really lucky. We got to build it from the ground up. We got to focus on what we love about the franchise, the over-the-topness, and we think we've got a really great action RPG out of that.
So let's talk about the gameplay. We saw the CG piece, obviously, but what can we expect from the gameplay when you show it?
So Dead Island 2's gameplay is all about experimenting with your preferred zombie slaying methods, just kind of going nuts. It's a combat toy box of close quarters, melee brutality with a few guns for fun.
Okay, well, can't wait to learn more. When are we going to get to see more, see some gameplay of it?
You want to see some gameplay?
I think we want to see some gameplay. You guys want to see the gameplay? Can we do it now?
How about now?
Okay, let's do it. Here's your first look at the gameplay of Dead Island 2. Thanks, Con.
Stand the fuck back. It's hammer time.
This way for the happy ending.
Jimmy? Humanity's survival depends on the red gold pumping through my veins.
Well, sounds like you're the star of the show now.
This motherfucker! Oh shit!
Boom! Gods and whiskey!
I will not have this devil in my house!
This is beyond insane.
And believe it or not, there is an uncut version of that trailer you can watch online if you want to see even more. All right, well, that's Dead Island 2 coming in February, and that is going to wrap up all the reveals for Gamescom Opening Night Live 2022. It's been a fun show, but before we go, I just want to say I hope everyone has a great Gamescom. There's lots of live streams for the next couple of days, lots of things for you guys to go and play and check out here on the show floor. And as for me and the team, well, we're going to go back to Los Angeles and get ready for the Game Awards 2022, which I'm excited to announce will be live on Thursday, December the 8th. 2022 from the Microsoft Theater in Los Angeles. We've got lots of great stuff we're working on for that. But until then, hope you guys have a great Gamescom. Thanks so much for being a part of Opening Night Live. We'll see you soon.
Hello and welcome. I'm Ryan McCaffrey, and that was Opening Night Live, which means that Gamescom 2022 is officially underway. In just a moment, we're going to recap the biggest games that were just shown off, but a public service announcement first that party's just getting started. Right now, joining me to discuss Opening Night Live are my colleagues Jonathan Dornbush and Destin Legary. I promise we're going to talk Dead Island 2. We have some time set aside for that because that's probably what everybody's still buzzing about for the moment after such a long delay of waiting to see more of that game. But let's start, Jonathan. We saw a lot.
Yeah.
There were plenty of video games in there, a lot of new stuff. What jumped out at you?
Quite a bit of stuff there. I think one of the things that jumped out for me, biggest reveals-wise, was more gameplay, at least another look at Lies of P.
Yeah.
I've been really excited about that one. I know the IGN audiences as well. I'm a recent convert to sort of the Soulsborne genre. And seeing something that is a dark twist on Pinocchio, I think someone, when we were all watching, called it like American McGee meets Pinocchio.
Right.
And that feels very fitting. I thought that one looked really cool.
Yeah, it seemed like a game where the developers had an idea, just like a crazy idea in a meeting room, like, what if we made a Pinocchio game based on the myth of Pinocchio, but made it a Souls-like, and then they started like thinking about it more, and it's like, no, actually, this could totally work. That was probably my favorite art direction of any game. Like, I love a little steampunk, a little kind of Victorian era. Like, it has a really unique, cool-looking world to it.
Some of the enemy design we saw in there in particular, like, really excited me. As you said, like, sort of steampunkish, a lot of, like, moving parts with exhaust fumes coming off of them. There was a really nice shot in there at some point of sort of a, looked like an old theater stage that they were in and fighting in. There's a lot of really cool variety to all of it. I think it's very cohesive as a look. But yeah, I'm a sucker for that look, especially it's very Bloodborne-esque. But slightly different, and so I'm really into this one. I think it looks cool. The gameplay looks pretty varied as well. Yeah.
Destin, Game Pass, day one for this one too.
Yeah, I'm down for it. Obviously, it looks really, really cool, like you guys have already said, and I like that the characters seem to have a little bit of a different flavor to each of the abilities, and I'm excited to play it. I think we saw a lot of these Souls-like games.
That is true. That is definitely the flavor of the month going on right now.
Yeah, this one has definitely got people talking, though.
Yeah, so we'll stay tuned for more on that coming up. Now, Destin, I got to go right back to you,
right.
Because the pre-show, we saw the next phase, I guess we'll call it, of Destiny.
Yeah, so Destiny had a ton of announcements today, including they're doing a cross-promotion with Fortnite. Destiny 2 Lightfall was revealed, which is the next expansion coming up. And we learned that there's going to be a new power that the Guardians are going to have called Strand, which is like, I believe they said it was a psychic power. And I'm just paraphrasing based off of what I watched right before the Gamescom stream. But it's really, really cool to see this new setting. Neo Luna, I believe it's on Neptune, and this is an area that hasn't been like war-torn, so it's really futuristic. We have the new supportive characters who are going to teach the Guardians a few things. I'm blanking off their name off the top of my head, but it's neat because there's this character Callus who's been sort of in the backstory for a really, really long time, and this seems to be when he is coming back with the Witness, who has empowered him to really help the Cabal give the Guardians a run for their money. And I'm really, really excited about this. And today, actually, is the new Season of Plunder, where the Arc abilities were reworked. And I could talk about Destiny for the rest of the show.
Yeah, why don't you? I mean, you have your time in Destiny 1 and 2 just since 2013.
It's like 2,000 hours.
Yeah, it's in the thousands of hours. So, but what you saw clearly, I mean, you had a big smile on your face the whole time you were talking about that. So this is clearly going to be of interest to Destiny players. This is hitting the right note for you?
Yeah, absolutely. But Lightfall is something that people have been looking forward to for a long time. And even today we found out that they're bringing back the Kingsfall raid, that they're not going to do content sunsetting. So it's not just Lightfall, it's also all of the other announcements that sort of came along with it. And it's all happening today, not only like literally today because they're launching the content, but we're also getting a look at what's going to be taking place over the next year in the world of Destiny 2.
Jonathan, I want to go next to Everywhere.
Yes. Yeah.
No, I mean, we're here in the studio, but I want to talk about the game.
Together.
Yeah, the game Everywhere.
Yeah, we can plan a course for ourselves.
So This is significant because of who's involved. It's a gentleman by the name of Leslie Benzies, and no doubt a talented team working with him. But Leslie was one of the primary creative forces of Grand Theft Auto since GTA 3.
Yeah.
He was at Rockstar for 20 years. There was a somewhat public, wound up in court, some ugliness in the divorce there. But now Leslie's got a new studio working on a new game called Everywhere that is a little tough to pin down, but
I think purposefully.
Yeah. We see some elements of gun combat, of jumping around, of driving, but then they talked extensively in this sort of behind-the-scenes first look at it about social elements. It seemed like hints of user-generated content. Like, what do you make of this in the early going here?
I mean, it definitely seems like an ambitious project. I don't know the extent of it. Things like metaverse were not said, but it feels like it could exist in that sort of space, so we'll see what happens there. But yeah, I was really thrown because originally the concept art they were showing before they went to gameplay was like, oh, this looks like a cool, maybe fantasy, bright, colorful world. And then they showed so many different genres or ideas, and then especially at the end of the trailer, we see a much more realistic and darker art style to it. I'm curious what it is, if it's going to be sort of a like game creation engine in the hands of players, similar to something like Dreams, where everyone's going to be able to share what they create, or if there's going to be more authored stuff that the devs work on that then you can kind of mess around with to a certain extent.
Now there's a word. There's a little allergy to this that gamers could end up having.
Yeah.
Nothing confirmed, but you were digging around. The internet was digging around, as the internet does.
Yeah, there were some
after this announcements, and what was unearthed in the job listings.
Unconfirmed reports, but I saw some talk going around of sort of like blockchain listings of job listings and interest there, and obviously, stuff like that can be very controversial for certain players. So it might not be the game for everyone, even though it goes everywhere. But, a lot really unconfirmed about this game, a lot still to see what it actually is. But I imagine we'll get more in the days and weeks to come.
If there's any truth to that, I'm out. Like, nobody has proven that NFTs or anything like that works really well in games. Most of the people who have implemented them haven't seen a ton of success. But
it's not for me. No.
Let's pretend I don't have that negativity towards it, and just looking at the concept itself for a second, I think it reminds me of Fortnite. I think they're trying to do like the metaverse style thing. That has been a buzzword. It seems like there's co-op, and it is really interesting to think about a game world where the players are able to create different experiences during that time. So
yeah, I mean, for me, it's Leslie Benzies automatically earns this attention and interest on my part, because this is a person who's one of the most decorated. I mean, the resume is unparalleled. So the big question I have is, Leslie, while clearly talented, has had access to effectively unlimited budgets for the last 20 years, because Rockstar North particularly is able to. They've done whatever they want, and they've raised the bar with every new Grand Theft Auto release. So, do his new corporate partners have a big enough bank account to match whatever this is? Because this is clearly an ambitious game, if nothing else. We'll see how it turns out. Yeah. But that's one to keep an eye on for sure. Now, let me go back to Mr. Jonathan Dornbush, because the early portion of this opening night live presentation, we unexpectedly heard from Sony. We didn't think Sony was going to show up, but they showed up in a rather unique way, and something that PlayStation fans have been looking for some time.
They did, yeah. I think, there was a lot of maybe hope we'd see something of God of War. I think we'll get there a little bit after The Last of Us Part 1 comes out. But yeah, we saw the DualSense Edge controller, which is essentially their Pro controller, the elite controller for Xbox fans, sort of like thing that a lot of people have been wanting from PlayStation for a long time. It's really interesting. Back at the end of the PS4 life cycle, very shortly before the PS5, they released a back paddle attachment for the DualShock 4, and everyone was like, oh, the DualSense must come with these then, and they're just training people to get used to it, and then it didn't. Obviously, it seemed like a testing ground for what would come with the Edge. We're seeing, customizable pieces here, changes to the analog sticks, not what some people may obviously want. They're very much keeping it to the PlayStation style, so it doesn't seem you can change the D-pad and the left control stick. Those are going to stay, connected. But you can swap pieces out. You can reassign buttons pretty well. There seems to be a lot of customizability to it in that sense, going along with the trend of other things that we've seen from controllers like this. Also, very small note, I really like the way the light bars, lights kind of go along the edge. I think the design of it is really cool. But we didn't get a release date or a price. I think the PlayStation blog post about it said, coming in the months ahead, we're excited to reveal more. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was like early 2023. It'd be cool if it was before Black Friday. If they could get it out for the holidays, that would be really cool. But I would see either before the holidays or after the holidays, sort of thing.
They made it a point to confirm that it was designed by Sony, which is great to hear. Like, there's not a third party designing it. And honestly, I've been really excited for PlayStation to announce a new controller for the PlayStation 5. One, because like we've had the Elite, they're on the third, rumored to be doing the third generation of the Elite, right? Over on the Xbox side of things. We talk about it on Unlocked a lot. And I'm really happy to see that PlayStation's getting in on this game, because these controllers, while expensive, offer a lot of cool features.
Yeah, it's and I would think the price, we can at least use the Elite's Xbox Elite controller's price as a ballpark for this for this DualSense Edge. Now, that was one of the things that was really kind of buzzed about on social media during the course of Opening Night Live. Something else that was, Destin, was The Lords of the Fallen, the sequel to the 2014 action RPG Lords of the Fallen. So going with a Suicide Squad, the Suicide Squad type of thing here, but trailer looked great.
Yeah, the Lords of the Fallen is supposedly a spiritual successor to Lords of the Fallen. Actually, a very popular game that sort of was one of the first Souls-like games before everybody started doing it, right?
Right.
So it looks like we're going back to that world, and we're going to be killing enemies using their abilities. I didn't play Lords of the Fallen, full disclosure, but I love Souls-like games, and to hear that this game that was positively received by the community is getting some new life brought into it, it's great to hear.
And seemingly the team has been working on it for some time, because, again, as I just said, Lords of the Fallen was 2014. That is 8 years ago at this point. So they've been keeping busy on this new one. Now, also buzzed about online, Hogwarts Legacy, one of two big WB games coming up. Both of them were at this show. We're going to talk about Gotham Knights a little later on in this show, I believe, in our wrap-up here. But Hogwarts Legacy, February 2023. Destin, this, like, I think there's a lot of excitement with this game, because there's really a lot of potential for this to really, like, tap into the Harry Potter universe in a game, in a way, in like a way we've all wanted to see.
Yeah, strangely, I'm not a huge Harry Potter fan. Like, I've seen all the movies, right? I didn't read the books or anything. But seeing this and seeing how they managed to incorporate gameplay in the world of Harry Potter, in terms of like how the spells are going to attack enemies and such, has me really listening and paying attention to what's going on with Hogwarts. I'm pretty excited to try it out and hop in and sign up for whichever fat Gryffindor or whoever I end up with, and seeing what adventures they have in store.
Yeah, Jonathan, I know you're a big Harry Potter fan, and this, now that we're seeing some gameplay out of this, and it's seemingly finally getting closer. I don't really believe any release date at this point until like we get the gold announcement of the game going off to certification. But what'd you make of the demo today?
It was surprisingly darker, I'd say. I think they're trying to show the different facets of the world that they're going for, because the franchise definitely could go through different, not genres, but different tones at different parts of the series. So this felt like showing you a little darker side of it. I think we got one of the unforgivable curses in here. It's certainly something that it feels like they want to show you the sort of, I suppose maybe not challenge, but what's on the line and what's at stake for the characters in this world. And certainly went to some places I didn't expect this to go to, like the undead. I didn't expect that, I guess, at first glance from this game. So yeah.
Yeah, looking good. So it's on the list with 7,000 other big games for 2023. So we will look forward to that. Now, we've got about like 90 seconds before we take a quick break. And in that time, there was one other game buzzed about. This is a word from our team on site that was actually attending in the audience for Opening Night Live. We're told the biggest cheer in the room today came for Killer Clowns from Outer Space. So, tapping into that B-movie fun from, I think, early, mid-90s, if memory serves. And like Destin, this game, like this is an interesting premise for a game, though. Like it could totally work.
Yeah, absolutely. And all the games that have been done by this team have gone on to see quite big success.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited to see what they do with this sort of kooky horror genre movie franchise and incorporating it into the style of games that they've been making.
Jonathan, if you had Killer Clowns from Outer Space turning into a video game on your list of dormant IPs that would be adapted into a video game, I think if you had that on your bingo card, well, congratulations.
Yeah, it worked out real well for you this Gamescom. Of course I did, but you know. I've never seen these movies, so but like you said, there's obviously a lot of love for taking these classic horror franchises and turning them into multiplayer games. So
yeah, I mean, we're watching the gameplay now, obviously, and there's enough. It's goofy enough inherently, and nobody will come into this taking it seriously as like a as a real horror game. It'll be like you know what you're in for here.
I'm in it for the story. I think, yes.
Yeah, so we'll keep a close eye on this one as well. All right, well. There are other games that we are excited for that we'll be taking a closer look at later on. I talked about Dead Island 2. Also, new Tales from the Borderlands, that's tops on my list, as well as Where Winds Meet. And when we come back again, that's Dead Island 2 time. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back to talk about that right after this.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by Samsung SSD, essential for gaming.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN One. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered. Check it out. Tune in every weekday at 5 p.m. for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN One.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game, but what if you got a chance to peek into the mind of the developers behind those games as they watch their hard work get completely destroyed right in front of them?
What is happening right now?
That's exactly what happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch, react, and enjoy some of the craziest gameplay by the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a brand new episode.
The First Descendant is Nexon's new co-op action RPG shooter made in Unreal Engine 5 that transports players to a sci-fi world where they will unravel the secret behind the Descendant's power across various missions and raids in single-player and multiplayer. Let's take a look at what's in store for players during the First Descendant Steam Beta coming this October.
We always ask questions. What is it that actually exists? Where does the origin come from? Where are we headed to in the end? fast. Reload your gun.
At Opening Night Live, we discovered that Dead Island 2 is very much alive. And here from Dambuster Studios, I've got David and James, the game director and creative director, to chat all about it. Hi guys, it's great to have you here. It's great to actually see Dead Island shambling around.
Thank you, we're very excited.
So it's obviously a lot of people have been waiting a very long time for this game, and obviously you guys are now at the helm. And I was just wondering, just for a start, could you give us a quick introduction to kind of what Dead Island 2 actually is?
Yeah, sure. So Dead Island 2 is an action RPG first-person zombie-slaying game, and it's set in LA. We take players on a roller coaster ride through all fantastic locations, postcard locations through LA, from the beaches of Venice and Santa Monica through to luxurious mansions in Bel Air, and it's all playable in 3-player co-op.
And obviously, kind of, we first saw Dead Island 2 a long time ago with a very different trailer. What is the current creative vision? Is it very different to what we glimpsed back in the day?
I think the original teaser trailer back in 2014 now had a really good basis. The idea that Paradise Gone to Hell is a Los Angeles. I think that's a great basis for lots of iconic locations that people know the world over, and a lot of opportunity for some good characterization, some interesting NPCs, and some interesting story. But from our point of view, we took on the game in 2018, that's Deep Silver Dambuster Studios, and we wanted to start with a clean sheet. We wanted to absolutely drill down and focus on zombie combat at the core, get everything up in your face and really personal and visceral, and make that sort of street level personal struggle. We also wanted to shy away from the more survivor based, the grim and the gritty. You know, our heroes aren't survivors, they're thrivers. You know, they run towards the horde and they absolutely thrill in zombie slaughter. And we also have a very distinct pulp tone as well. So, you know, we don't sort of, this isn't a dirge about the ills of humanity. This is a story about heroes surviving and fighting against zombies. You know, the zombies are very much the bad guys, humans are very much the good guys, and we empower the player to just sort of really thrill in that experience.
We're in kind of like an era now where there are a few other kind of zombie games that do kind of first-person brawling, but what I've seen of this game, you've got kind of like a unique take on it, right? Like, it seems that these zombies are dropping apart with like procedural perfection almost. So David, could you give me an idea of like how you've made this happen?
We've probably spent an unhealthy amount of time passionately developing our own gruesome gore tech, which we codename internally Flesh. And that's short for fully locational evisceration system for humanoids, and that allows players to slice, dice, chop, dismember, melt, bludgeon, break zombies in all kinds of spectacular and stylish ways, and it's all fully procedural as well. So one of the most fun things you can do in the game is melt a zombie, and you can see it burn through the clothes and all the soft tissue and down through the organs and into the bones. So yeah, we've put a lot of effort into the core combat and the gore that goes along with that.
Yeah, it seems just delightfully like grotesque. It's some of the things that I've seen in this game are worse than anything I've seen before, but that pulpy nature kind of makes it so fun. What other kind of things are you bringing to the combat? Obviously, it's almost seems very, very kinetic, very fast-paced. What have you got going on there?
We've got a whole series of different tiers, really, of sort of contributed elements to the combat. We've just got the core moves, you know, dodging, blocking, dash striking, all kinds of different skills that you can do, kicking, drop kicking, those kind of things. Then we've got what we call curveballs that you throw into the mix. So these are throwable items like shurikens and Molotov cocktails and timed bait bombs, meat bait bombs that attract the zombies in and then explode. On top of that, we've got the combat sandbox itself. So the world is very physicalized. So we do quite a lot with fluids in the game, fuel and water and caustic fluid. So for example, you can use jerry cans or knock over, like spill water on the ground, and then you can throw your electro katana into the pool and that'll electrify zombies. So yeah, there's a whole sort of mix of things going on within this sort of combat sandbox, and it's really up to players to be able to utilize that, especially in the more difficult fights. It's really a sort of a symphony in a way of combat.
James, the original game is well known and loved because of its absolutely bonkers weapons, you know, kind of like we're taking baseball bats and axes and putting kind of like electrical components and flamethrowers on them. What is Dead Island 2's approach to this kind of stuff?
Well, all of our weapons, and we've got a range of them, each of them has its own style for use and benefits and drawbacks. I think the best way to sum it up is you have to get used to the right tool for the job. You can modify all the weapons, and those modifications stack with perks as well. And so the idea is that you're building a loadout. No matter what kind of bizarre zombie situation you come to, there's I've got a weapon for that, right? Okay. Learn how to chop and change quickly between the weapons, and then combine that with all the moves. And of course, we haven't even mentioned the skill deck yet, which is a kind of deep RPG element.
Well, let's dive into that. It's an RPG, so obviously that means that skills, traits, that kind of stuff. But the way that you're approaching it is like with a card deck. So can you explain how it actually works?
Yeah, that's right. So over the course of the game, you'll be able to pick up and discover or be rewarded a series of skill cards. The skill cards have fantastic pulp imagery, and the idea is that we have a series of tiers within our skill deck, and you'll accrue cards within those tiers, and then it's really up to the player choice according to whatever playstyle they want to partake in. You play certain cards into your deck to suit that particular playstyle. So we've got ability cards that more obvious, like kinetic moves like drop kicks and dodging and blocking. We've got what we call survivor tier cards and slayer tier cards, and then a more secret sort of plot related tier as well. So yeah, the skill deck provides a lot of sort of rich gameplay customization to suit whatever playstyle players prefer.
And one of the things that we haven't like really touched on yet is the fact that like you've got all of this cool equipment and these cool card decks, but there's also something unique about your player character, right? Like their nature. They're not entirely all human, are they?
Yes, I mean, we don't want to give too much away, but you know, you are bitten and infected, and it's changing you in powerful and perhaps disturbing ways. So as you adventure through the game and as you unlock different tiers of your skill deck and different cards to go into that skill deck, you kind of have to embrace your slayer. Perhaps you're also embracing a bit of the zombie as well. So as you go through the game, you're constantly getting glimpses of what it's like to kind of let yourself go and let the virus take charge of you and empower you to chew your way through the horde.
Now, obviously, that's a lot of chatting about kind of the who we are and what we can do, but I guess the secondary main character, or maybe even the main character, is LA itself. So what can you tell us about kind of your approach to the world and what kind of things that you can do within it?
Our LA is divided up into a series of really recognisable, notable districts. I mentioned a few of them earlier, you know, beaches of Santa Monica, luxury Bel Air mansions. We have quite wide open districts with plenty of exploration within them. There are side quests. We have hub locations where you'll go and meet other survivors. We have workbenches that you can go and customise your weapons, weapon lockers, things like that. So yeah, there's a lot of really fun gameplay just exploring some of these interesting spaces, and obviously with it being LA, you'll sort of meet all kinds of quirky individuals and get to pick up plenty of world building and really interesting lore about the outbreak and about the lives of these different Angelinos.
And in terms of quirky characters, obviously some survivors, but plenty of dead as well. You've got a very interesting kind of collection of different zombie types and different kind of zombie models. But what has been your approach to zombies? Did you want them to be kind of like the traditional Romero shamblers, or had you got like a fresh take on them?
Well, first of all, we wanted to keep zombie at the core. So, you know, essentially they are humans that have turned into zombies, but we have various different sort of flavorful variants which reflect the different iconic locations. And then we have, you know, zombies that have slightly different bizarre effects associated with them. And then on top of that, we've got a more sort of sinister, we call them the apex variants, and they're the ones that have been changed a little bit more by the zombie virus and perhaps give hints about where you yourself might be going. So yeah, we've got a panoply of zombies, each of them reflecting the different locations, the iconic locations. We've got various tiers of zombie kind of evolution, but we are being very careful to still still keep them as very much recognizably human, right? To us, the whole point of a zombie-apocalypse or a zombie outbreak is that you still have reflections of the life that's been lost. Even when we look at our locations in the game, we've been very careful to keep that shine, that through the Hollywood lens, LA that everybody knows. So we've always got a reminder of what's been lost because, again, it's humans are the good guys and the zombies are the bad guys, right? And it's about sort of saving humanity.
And saying that humans are the good guys, obviously humans, multiple. Co-op is a big thing of the original Dead Island. We like to fight zombies in groups. I assume co-op is coming to Dead Island too?
Yeah, absolutely. So the campaign, your journey to escape LA is playable in 3-player co-op.
The other thing is obviously we'd like to play as different characters, so I assume different characters as well to choose from?
Yeah, so in Dead Island 2 we've got 6. They're all voiced differently. They all start with slightly different starting attributes and skills. We wanted to make sure that players could choose their own play style. I was mentioning earlier with the skill cards. So most of the skill cards are available to the various different types of characters. So you can change path, you can respec your skills at any given time. It's not locked in. So if you find a particularly difficult encounter or you want to just try out a different playstyle, you can do that at any point. But yeah, it's all within those 6 really sort of interesting as well and like funny in many cases 6 characters.
And it sounds like these characters generally have that kind of almost larger than life element to them. It's that pulpy style. You didn't want to go for kind of like a grim and gritty kind of post-apocalypse survival style.
Yeah, we're not about navel gazing. We're about those sort of John McClane style, die-hard kind of characters with a kind of wink to camera, bit of a quip, and then sort of just wading into the fray.
So, can you give us an idea as to when we might actually be able to play it?
Absolutely. So you'll be able to get your hands on Dead Island 2 on February the 3rd, 2023.
Fantastic. David, James, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
And that was one of our many exclusives today. We're with you for a while. Stick with us. We had a closer look there at Dead Island 2 with IGN's Matt Purslow. Let's talk about it. February 3rd, 2023. Dead Island 2. Yes, it reminds me of a lighter version of Dying Light in terms of the tone. And yes, it reminds me a little, there's some Dead Rising in there, but none of that's a bad thing. Destiny, it looks fun.
Yeah, it actually looks fun. One of my favorite things to see were how they laid down a liquid and then ignited the liquid, and you got to see the zombies catch on fire. And you and I were reacting in real time to seeing just how gory the game gets. Taking a quick peek over at Matt Purslow's preview, he says there's a lot of really gory stuff in there. So if you're into that sort of combat focus in a game, this looks great. And we talked off the air about how I played this in, 2014 was it? When it came out at PAX Prime. There's footage.
2 developers ago, by the way.
Yeah.
It's now, I don't know if this has ever happened, at least I don't know if a game has ever come out after switching developers midstream twice.
Yeah.
Jaeger was the first team on this, and then Sumo Digital, and now it's Deep Silver Dam Buster. So, it's, and you heard on Opening Night Live that this team more or less started from scratch 4 years ago. So it's been quite a ride with this.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this. I really like the story elements too. You and I were talking about how we were kind of surprised that they have a lot of story seeming like they put into this world.
Yeah, different playable characters that you can choose from that all seem to have different, at least paths of conversations and different things that will pop up for them. All set within LA, which I think really plays into the lighter, poppier nature of their zombie dystopia, but a little utopian because there's some people are living in some lavish lifestyles despite a zombie apocalypse.
And maybe by design or by accident, you get a little bit of that Grand Theft Auto 5 because they're set in the same place. It's like, oh, if this is a much goofier, lighter version of that world with massive zombie beheading gore, I mean, that's fun.
Yeah.
There's nothing about this that I didn't like. I mean, I'm really happy to see it actually getting close to the finish line, and if it's really coming out in February, that means we should hopefully get our hands-on playable of it here in, I would guess, the next 2-3 months.
Hopefully. Yeah, those zany characters were definitely what sold me on revisiting Dead Island 2.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, let's be honest, I wrote it off a long time ago, having not heard anything about it, but this looks fun.
It does. I mean,
Yeah.
and it's, I guess I brought up Dying Light a minute ago. I suppose we didn't see anything resembling parkour, so I'm not here calling it a Dying Light clone, but there's clearly some similarities, and I'm sure that Deep Silver Dam Buster has seen like, oh, okay, well, Dying Light from Techland, they've found a lot of success with both of those games and their DLC, and by making a good game and supporting it long term, and that's, I couldn't help but chuckle when the developer who was on stage was talking about like, oh, we took a lot, whatever, our ideas for the franchise. It's like, well, hold on. There was one game over 10 years ago. Now you're making a second one. But I imagine, Jonathan, that to invest all this time over the course of 3 developers to actually commit to getting this game done and out the door, that the Deep Silver does see this as a franchise, a multi-game franchise long term.
Yeah, I mean, to have the name Dead Island 2 out there for 8 years and to still be committed to making that game a reality, they have to see this as a long-term investment in Dead Island, because, the first one I think came out and was pretty well received.
Fine. Yeah, it was good.
But it was so acclaimed for its original trailer. I think when people think of Dead Island more than anything, Dead Island 2, they think of the original.
Yeah, the roller
trailers.
skating.
So as a franchise, it's not something that I think even probably, there are fans of it, of course, obviously with this coming back, but I think for them it's more seeing like, what can we do within the genre in this space, and like to your point, obviously it's not going to be exactly like Dying Light, but it clearly is taking some influence from there, some influence from Dead Rising, other zombie-like things, and putting it all together, and also putting that out, as weird as it is, early in the year is a good spot. The first Dying Light blew up in January.
That's true.
We've seen other horror games pop off in the beginning of the year, and so February is a good time for this. The floodgates haven't quite been opened and dates haven't been marked for 2023 yet, so getting this out there early, I think, especially seeing this gameplay deep dive, it looks fun. It looks like it has a lot of wacky sensibility to it.
Well, pop off, a fitting term given the zombie gore we just saw. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and I promise it won't be anywhere near the length of time that you had to wait to see Dead Island 2 again. IGN's coverage of Opening Night Live, including an exclusive look at gameplay from Where Winds Meet, which was one of the highlights today, will return right after this.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by Samsung SSD, essential for gaming.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN1.
IGN is your go-to for the latest and best in games, movies, and television. And with over 50 million IGN subscribers, you're in good company.
Oh, we're shooting turkeys!
Thanks to your help, we've raised over $100,000 for charity. Brought you and creators the world over together for events like Gamescom and DC Fandom.
Brenton Thwaites here. I play Dick Grayson.
And made your voices heard. You voted almost 30 million times in our best video game of all time and Super Movie Madness tournaments, and posted over 40 million times on IGN's message boards. The chat must flow. Catch our unending stream of up-to-date news and so much more over at IGN.com, or subscribe to IGN on YouTube. And check out IGN Games and IGN Movies and TV for deep dives into your preferred pop culture. Plus, IGN guides to get help on veritably any game from our team of experts. No matter where you are, IGN.com, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, IGN has you covered.
Hey, you! Yes, you! Do you have FOMC? Fear of missing Gamescom? Relax. Gamescom is everywhere you want. Gamescom now. Register now.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN1.
Welcome back to IGN's Opening Night Live. After after show. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Well, from Job Simulator to Cosmonious High and even a Rick and Morty game, the folks at Alchemy Labs have had a busy few years, and it does not seem like they're slowing down anytime soon. Tonight on opening night, well, tonight German time on Opening Night Live, we got a brief sneak peek at what they're working on next. But you deserve a little more than that, don't you? Of course you do. Let's take a longer look at what Alchemy Labs is working on next.
Do you see that? What? When? What is it? Wait. What are you? Don't eat that. Don't eat that. You don't even know what it is. Come on, dude. Dude.
You know she's gonna eat it.
What? No.
Yep.
No. No. No.
Told you.
Gross.
All right, well, we saw a lot of cool game reveals during Opening Night Live, and now it's time to talk about the games that we thought were the most intriguing. Not necessarily the biggest games, but the ones that really caught our interest. I will start. I will be a selfish host and start with a game that I've had my eye on since the Xbox Game Showcase, Destin, in the summer. Justin Roiland, Squanch Games, High on Life. Now, I think you and I agreed that the boss battle that they showed today was sort of a jarring bit of gameplay to just jump into. It was kind of an old school style, like arena boss fight, but I am really excited for this game because it's Roiland's sense of humor, which I love, both Rick and Morty and Solar Opposites. It's a beautiful art style and it's Unreal Engine. You've got these talking guns. I just think this is going to be something somewhat fresh in the first-person shooter genre. It did get pushed back a little bit. It's December now, but it is a day one Xbox exclusive and Game Pass as well. So I wasn't super high on this in the context of today. I think it needed some lead-up gameplay of like more kind of what the typical gameplay sequence looks like, which I have seen before we jumped into this. But your thoughts on High on Life?
Yeah, this particular demo, I'm very surprised that they showed this because I think it sort of gives a negative reaction from most people because it seems like a very old school basic boss battle with 3 phases where the boss knocks down the level and then you go through the whole rigmarole. And then you get back on the ground, you kill the boss. But the writing still seems funny and everything like that, but I definitely did not have the reaction that they intended for it. For me, I was like, what was that demo? Because I was just thrown into the middle of it.
And again, I have seen more of this game, and I'm very high on it, if you will. I apologize for the lame wordplay there, but yeah, so this got pushed out a little bit, still scheduled to make 2022, and it's on a short list of big games coming out this fall, so I'm looking forward to it, and the Game Pass is just a bonus. Jonathan, let me go your way next.
Yeah.
I think you've got a deep cut for us.
I hope so, but it certainly comes from, I think, a pretty notable dev right now, Honkai Star Rail, which I believe comes from the Genshin Impact developers. It was a really intriguing story. I didn't know about this game before the showcase at all. I don't know if it's been out there. But what we saw was this very interesting, I guess almost like Murder on the Orient Express in space style mystery happening. I was really emphasizing the mysterious aspects of this world and the story that we're going to embark on. We got a little bit of mostly like voiceover and looks at characters, but I just thought this was a really cool setup for that world, a lot of potential. It reminded me, this is also somewhat of a deep cut, but of a Doctor Who episode that is essentially a Murder on the Orient Express ripoff or parody, but set in a train traveling in space. So, putting that together with Genshin Impact style animation and sort of the beautiful character work that they do, I thought this looked really intriguing for me. I don't know what the full gameplay experience is going to be like, but I was really into it.
I am always a sucker for good cel-shaded artwork and cel-shaded anime style. You're right. I mean, I just love the look of this. And you're right, the space train having a kind of unique artistic vibe within it as well. That was out of nowhere, and it's definitely one to keep an eye on.
That's right.
Destin, I have you down for Dune.
Yeah. So full disclosure, I do totally realize that it was mostly just a CG thing, but I love to imagine the potential behind a IP like Dune and what open world MMO could be like.
Yeah, survival
set in that
MMO
universe.
as well.
Yeah, I mean that seems super intriguing to me. We see this character at the beginning. I'm curious about, like, is there going to be character customization, unique armor that you can pick up? It's survival, so I'm guessing you can upgrade in some way. It seems like he's hunting the worms, which is really, really cool to see actually take place in real time. The way that they did it, it looks like it's in-engine. But yeah, this one has me really excited because of the potential that a game like this offers you, you know? And I like to sort of enjoy those early marketing days where you're dreaming about the potential, and then it's a card battle or survival open world MMO, you know.
No, it's, I mean, but yeah, in a MMO world here with other players and no doubt other sort of quests and other maybe raids involving sandworms as well. There's a lot of potential here.
Yeah, so like as a Destiny fan, I'm very intrigued and I'm very curious what they are going to do with the Dune IP. We just recently had the movie that I watched on HBO Max that was hugely popular.
Well, and this game is taking from both the original book and the film as well. So they're really going, you know, whichever flavor of Dune you prefer, this game is going to try to tap into it.
Yeah, so for the lore fans, there's going to be plenty to dive into. I have high hopes for what ends up happening with the Dune MMO.
All right, Opening Night Live also debuted some brand new DLC for, we were just talking about Dying Light 2, and that DLC is called Bloody Ties. So right now we're going to sit down with the developers so they can tell us a little bit more about it. Take a look.
At Opening Night Live, we got to see the new DLC for Dying Light 2. And I'm really pleased to say that today we are joined by Timon, who's going to tell us way more about Bloody Ties. Timon, how are you doing?
Good. It's like amazing to be able to share the trailer and all of the bits about the DLC finally to the audience, to our community.
And this DLC is called Bloody Ties.
Yes.
So just give us an idea, what kind of DLC? Is it story DLC? Is it kind of like arena DLC? What have we got?
I would say this is a mix of both. So there is a story definitely, and I think it will be quite surprising for our players because it takes Aiden outside of the city of Villador into this extraordinary new location, and there's like a quite chunky story we want Aiden to follow. There are also arenas, there are also combat sequences, there are also shows that you participate in, trying to reach the tournament, the top of the ranks at the Carnage Hall, the place where this whole DLC takes place.
There's quite a lot of stuff to kind of break down there, so I think that probably the best place to start is this new location, the Opera. We've seen like some footage, but tell us more about what is the place, what's the history of this place, and what does it serve now?
Okay, so we have come up with quite interesting backstory to this place. Right now it's called Carnage Hall, but it wasn't called like that, of course, before the apocalypse. So previously it was Royal Stage Hall, and it was a place of opera, of theater shows, a place where the high society was seeing all of the exquisite shows. Right now the shows are still exquisite, but they are really wicked and twisted and quite bloody, as the name suggests. But the thing is that this is the place where the people in Villador post-apocalypse can have their entertainment. So it's not only about fights, there are also additional shows, there are entertainers showing their craft, and if you want you can even look at the monsters, the infected, from the safety because they are closed, hidden in cages.
I think the big question I've got now then is why on earth does Aiden want to be here? What's sort of pulled him to this place?
Well, Aiden gets involved into sort of a family story, and he's being asked for some help to a character we're not revealing right now. And he also is drawn by the fame and the prestige and the rewards he can get at Carnage Hall, because the arena, the Carnage Hall, the tournament, allows you to earn a lot of new rewards, like new weapons, new gear pieces, new outfits, and also some additional cool new toys.
It's kind of like the fame, the fortune, but almost like the gold at the end of the tournament, right?
Yes, and that's actually your goal. To solve the story, you need to reach the top tier, the top level, the #1 position, and beat the reigning champion, Skullface.
Right, okay. So actually, you said Skullface. We've seen what he looks like. He's looking a pretty menacing dude.
Yes.
Can you tell us a bit more about him, kind of like what he's up to?
Maybe not yet. I think we want to keep the cards close to our hearts for now, but we are revealing actually 2 new characters. One is Skullface, the champion, and as you said, he's quite menacing, and he's using a very interesting weapon, a very interesting device that gives him this ultimate power, which of course players can get if they beat Skullface. And there's also another character that we are revealing. Her name is Astrid, and she's like a former media personality that now runs the show. So she's not only organizing the whole tournament at Carnage Hall, but also serves as a commentator on the shows themselves, because these are not just very simple arenas where you go out and kill a lot of enemies. Those are spectacles that resemble modern day fables. They use myths or stories known from the history of humankind, but they twist them and bend them into those grandiose, violent spectacles.
So, explain a bit more about that, because that sounds super interesting. So how do these things work?
Yeah, so I know that the concept might be quite hard to grasp. So to give you an example, one of the spectacles that we are actually showing glimpses of in the trailer is called Prince of Thieves. And you are playing the story of Robin Hood, and your goal is to rob the sheriff's castle. So first you need to gather materials to create like an exploding device, a bomb. Then you need to blow up the doors to the castle. Then you need to enter the yard of the castle and find gold and pack it into this cart that then you have to push outside of the castle. So there are multi-objectives to the spectacles. They are constantly narrated by Astrid. They have their own musical themes. They have their own scenography. So they're really something quite unique, something quite original.
Mm-hmm. So it's almost kind of like living theatre, but
yes,
the people that are living within the theatre are almost certainly going to die, right?
Yes, so your job is to survive those theatres.
Mm-hmm. And is there anything else that kind of Astrid can do with us? Has she got another purpose in the game?
You meet her also outside of the spectacles. You get to interact with her. You get to help her with some things, with some backstories of the main thing. I can suggest this to the players. I think they should follow the side story that she gives you, because at the end of this side story, not only you will uncover one part of the secret of the whole DLC and the Carnage Hall and Skullface, but you will also get a fan favorite item from the first game.
So in Bloody Ties, one of the things that I love about the base game is there's a lot of morally grey characters that ask you to do some pretty awful things, and you have to make very, very complicated decisions. Is that like interesting decision making back for Bloody Ties?
Definitely. This was one of the goals for the expansion, that we wanted to focus on the choices and make them more interesting and maybe even more organic than in the base game. So actually there are a few moments where we ask players to make a choice, not by choosing like a dialogue line, but actually by role-playing the character in a specific way, which impacts how the story progresses. So yes, this DLC offers branching paths and has more than one ending, let me say it like this.
Interesting. Okay. One of the things that you mentioned before was the idea of kind of like Skullface has this kind of interesting kind of item. Now, from what I understand, is this another tool akin to like the grappling hook and the glider? Is it another piece of Aiden's equipment?
Yes, you can, if you get it, if you earn it, it becomes a new piece of Aiden's equipment. It's focused on combat, because definitely this is a weapon. This is mostly a weapon, but you can mod it, you can apply some effects to it. I don't want to spoil too much, sorry, because we still have like a few weeks to uncover the whole thing, but I hope players will get really excited about it.
And obviously this seems to be quite a combat-focused DLC, and we've spoken about the spectacle battles, but is there kind of like a gradient? You know, are there interesting smaller battles that we'll be fighting as well?
So spectacles aren't the only activities, aren't the only shows that happen at the Carnage Hall. Some of the others are focused more on combat, some of the others are focused more on parkour. And one thing that also makes a combat from our previous games is the freak fights. The freaks are making a combat, the freaks from the following. Of course, again, twisted and blended into this completely new thing, very exquisite, very like high society style as the whole Carnage Hall.
And have you, in the time between like the base game and this, are there any kind of interesting tweaks that you've done to combat? Any interesting new ideas for combat?
Well, a lot. We are supporting the game since it has been released. Actually, right now we are on big patch update number 5, so we are constantly trying to listen to our community and bring new things to the game. It's a lot, it's a ton, so it's very hard to actually pinpoint any one of those, but that's what we try to do. We have promised our players that we will be supporting the game for 5 years. Like, it's still the beginning of this road, but I think our community can agree to this, that we are listening to the requests very closely and try to deliver on everything they ask us for.
I think one of the things that we expect from Dying Light is obviously this kind of big open world that has a mixture of kind of like activities and main quests and side quests. Obviously, this takes us outside of Villador to this more isolated. Can we still expect sort of like side quests and main quests, or have you got a different approach?
Of course, definitely. So this really is like a story DLC with additional missions, micro quests, side quests. There's actually plenty to do. Maybe the map isn't. Of course, it's not as big as the map of the original game, but it's not just the interior of the Carnage Hall. There's also a very nice surrounding. The map might be small, but it's actually quite packed, and there are a lot of secrets, a lot of like passageways and nooks and crannies that you can look behind to find some interesting stuff.
So aside from just this main expansion, we've already had a look at Chapter 2, which you announced a little while ago. I was just wondering, could you give us a little bit more interesting kind of tidbits on that?
So it's getting live quite soon. It's just days that divide us till the date. So it's about a new character that we introduce, a huntress, which is keen on fighting the infected using ranged weapons. And as with all of our chapters, we not only bring in a new character, but also new enemies and new encounters. And with this one, I think the encounters and the enemies are actually very, very interesting. So the main enemy, new enemy that you will find in this chapter is called the Hag. So she is like a mutated version of our Banshee with some cool additional abilities. We have also twisted the mechanics and the logic and the look of one of our enemies that I don't think players expect that we could do something with them, but we did. So like, I hope we will surprise them in just a few days.
And then in terms of kind of like now just looking to the future, obviously we know that you want to support the game for a long time. Kind of what can players expect kind of through the rest of the year, maybe even into the next year?
So of course we will be continuing the chapters. So those are our free updates with new characters, new enemies, new weapons, new bounties, new tasks to complete. Again, I'm not really able to reveal all of our plans, but this is something that the fans of the original game will be very keen on. Of course, there's another DLC on the horizon, but for right now we are focusing on Bloody Ties. Also, the community can expect a lot more community updates. As I said, we are browsing all of the Twitter feeds, Reddit forums, Steam reviews, trying to find what the community requests.
Well, Simon, it's been great to speak to you. I'm really excited to check it out, Bloody Ties.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by Samsung SSD, essential for gaming.
Tune into IGN1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
You're a busy gamer with plenty to play. Not a lot of downtime, but you still want to keep up with the latest gaming news? Fret not. No matter where you like to play, PC, PlayStation, Nintendo, Xbox, I've got the headlines you need to know about. When Half-Life 3 is announced, it'll be on the Daily Fix. When the Switch Pro is announced, you'll be the first to know. And when that big game you just can't wait for is delayed, yeah, I'll have that news too. The Daily Fix, with me, Nars, weekdays only on IGN.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
The First Descendant is Nexon's new co-op action RPG shooter made in Unreal Engine 5 that transports players to a sci-fi world where they will unravel the secret behind the Descendant's power across various missions and raids in single-player and multiplayer. Let's take a look at what's in store for players during the First Descendant Steam beta coming this October.
We always ask questions. What is it that actually exists? Where does the origin come from? Where are we headed to in the end? Confused. Just reload your gun.
Welcome back to IGN's post-show for Opening Night Live. One of the coolest and prettiest looking games revealed today was Where Winds Meet. And if you're anything like me, you probably can't wait to see more of it. Here at IGN, we've got some exclusive brand new gameplay for it right now. Let's take a look. that was an exclusive look at Where Winds Meet from Everstone Studio. It's a hyper-stylish action game with a big, gorgeous world to run around it, and some super interesting gameplay mechanics that we saw there as well to play with. So, how are we all feeling about this? That looked great.
That was awesome. That's probably my game of the show, honestly. I really, really enjoyed that reveal. Dorno, what do you think?
I really appreciate, especially in that extended gameplay look, sort of the variety of gameplay we got to see. I think that's one of the coolest things was because from minute to minute, I was like, oh, I think I get what this game is. Oh, there's new elements to it. It's like, oh, and then you see them sort of infiltrating and doing some cool combat around a ship, and then you see them doing stuff and sneaking around in more of like a town-based area, and then really diving into some like Chinese mythology and diving deep into some fantastical stuff. I think there's a lot of variety there, and that really has me excited to explore what it's going to be like through the path of that game.
Our reaction was Ghost of Tsushima until a few moments later when we got more of an Assassin's Creed vibe.
Yeah, and that's really like, you know, for years, fans have been crying out for an Assassin's Creed game set in the Far East, and this seems to be the game that's delivering that, obviously in its own unique way, because there's some really interesting powers we saw on display there as well with it's almost like you could chain together a couple of things, which I presume is based on some sort of, you know, renewable resource that you'll earn, and then you can just clear out a handful of bad guys at once. It looked great.
Yeah, they're really neat in how you like seem to mark people and then execute this sort of AoE attack. I really, really love that. One of the things that I thought this trailer did really well was it showed a wide variety of different styles of gameplay, because it opens up and you actually talk to the little girl on the street, basically, and get some information from her. You trade that information to steal a secret, and then they show traversal. They show the open world aspect of the game, and there's so much going on here that I do see vibes of Assassin's Creed, and I do see...
And we're talking now, I guess, because we got to remember that Assassin's Creed is now basically an open world role-playing game. Not that there aren't RPG elements in this. In fact, it is described as an interactive open world action RPG. But this, it's more like classic Assassin's Creed for a lot of those bits.
Yeah, and then like combat-wise, just there we were looking at swordplay, and that gives me Ghost of Tsushima vibes again, you know. So I am stoked for this. I really want to learn more about all those different magical abilities, for lack of a better term, and whatever is going on here. So like anything that relates to mythology and stuff like that, it's always super intriguing to me. So I'm really, really excited about this.
So Jonathan, this is set during the Song Dynasty, so somewhere between the year 960 and 1279.
If you're going to ask me history questions,
no, I'm not going to make it that tough on you, but yeah, like I feel like this is kind of we don't see this Chinese mythology and this era of history explored much in video games. I mean, we do have Black Myth Wukong to look forward to. That's also tapping into some Chinese mythology, and that probably not coincidentally also looks amazing. That's really using its setting and its mythology really well. But this was a standout. I mean, what do we know? Can we surmise anything else from that trailer, Jonathan? There was a lot, as Destin was noting there. There are kind of hints of a lot of things. Yeah,
I think what surprised me the most was some of the, dense, I don't want to say city, but like sort of settlement areas or cultural hotspots that it seems your character will be. And I'm curious of sort of what the flow of gameplay will be, if there will be these like sort of hub towns you go to, if there's one or two main ones that we'll be going in and out of. But I really like showing sort of life and culture going on as well, because I think what this trailer really does well is sort of show you what you think is kind of it's going to be a bit more grounded and realistic take on things, and then it really jumps into the mythological toward the end, as Destin was really saying, like, I really want to know, as someone who doesn't know this mythology well, of what was going on toward the end of those trailers. I'm sure people who do know that myth better than us will be able to explain some of it, but I think there was a really great balance of sort of grounded swordplay and interaction with other people, and then really unique and interesting mythological takes.
Destin, I'll give you the last word on this, but one thing I liked about this trailer, one of many things, is that it would have just been an awesome trailer had it just been that CG bit at the beginning, like the first minute or whatever it was, minute and a half of it. But then we got gameplay too, which was so nice to see. Yeah,
we saw a lot of CG trailers during opening night live, so this was sort of a treat to see actual gameplay, actually going into the city and seeing like sort of on the ground, and then also seeing traversal. We also got to look at those set pieces at the beginning. This is definitely a standout for me. Absolutely.
All right, so we got another look at Homeworld 3 for you old school PC fans at Opening Night Live as well. And we have Akeem here with the developers to give us all the details. Akeem, take it away.
If you're into real-time strategy games, you're likely familiar with the Homeworld series, which first took flight back in 1999. And many moons later, we're gearing up for parts unknown in Homeworld 3. And here to make those parts known to us right now is Homeworld co-creator Rob Cunningham. Rob, how you doing?
I'm well, thanks. How are you, sir?
I'm doing fantastic. Now, let's kick this off. Now, Homeworld returning represents the return of, I would have to say, one of the most iconic space strategy games of all time. How is today's technology kind of like allowing your team to truly bring Homeworld back the way you first envisioned it?
Back in the day, and I'm talking like 2000, 2001, we had dreams of what we would love to do with the fantasy and the sci-fi, style and world. And it was simply impossible. It just couldn't be done. So we ended up putting stuff into the backdrops and the skyboxes and stuff like that. But now with Unreal and the technology we've got, we're totally able to bring that into the game and just really give it the depth and structure that we dreamed of back in those days.
Homeworld 3 is a continuation of the story you first set out to explore many years ago. Like, what can you tell us about the expansive universe we'll get to explore in the campaign?
So the campaign it's obviously a sequel. So the campaign is the continuing of events after Homeworld 2. So at the end of Homeworld 2, the player is shown there's a huge discovery of a hyperspace gate network across the entire galaxy. So travel could be easy and ubiquitous for everyone, and it was sort of billed as this glorious golden age of Sajet that was going to take place. And as is often the case, what appears to be wonderful turns out to not be quite so wonderful. And there's darkness and problems, of course, to deal with as the story develops.
Now with that, with that knowledge that we have now, what key elements can you kind of tell us that'll, I guess, help us understand the narrative direction moving forward in Homeworld 3?
So the hero of the Homeworld franchise from Homeworld 1 to Homeworld 2 was Karen Sajet. She was fleet command and the sort of mind of the mothership, and she was the navigator of the mothership, and she was mentally, plugged in with cables into her head, into the hyperspace core of the mothership, which allowed her to, travel vast distances and so forth. Homeworld 3 takes place about 100 years after Homeworld 2, and the hero from Homeworld 2, Karen Sajet, has been lost in space, and a great problem is taking place in the galaxy. Gates we're having all sorts of catastrophic problems. So the player is introduced to a new character called Imogen Sajet from the same kith, which is the science kith in the fiction. And she's the sort of successor to Karen, and the new mission to go and deal with the problem is sent, and that's the player's job, to deal with the problem.
One way to deal with the problem is, of course, with combat. Now, we got fleet combat. The fleet combat system, I have to say, it looks breathtaking in this next installment. From what I've seen so far, what can we expect to be, kind of like the same and different in Homeworld 3 combat-wise?
So players can expect the same basic staples of fleet combat with the different classes of ships, from the strike craft up through the capital ships into the super capital ships, and the same sort of ballistics and unit pairing that was established in the previous games. But new to the franchise with Homeworld 3 will be all sorts of terrain-based gameplay. So because we have these giant structures in space, huge megaliths, giant ice shelves, all sorts of incredible geometry in the level. It's no longer just empty 3D space. Now we have, cover as a mechanic. There's hiding as a mechanic. There's, bottlenecking and unit filtration through different apertures and cavities in the terrain. So it's much more interesting and dynamic as a fleet combat game.
Now, with that knowledge, I'm pretty sure, Rob, you probably have seen what some of the fans have been saying online. I know I do a lot of trolling online, and fans have been asking on Reddit, will mothership management be more like Deserts of Karak, or will they be able to kind of like specialize, customize mothership in Homeworld 3, like over arcs and campaigns? Like, what can you tell us about that?
So the short answer is there will not be mothership customization like there was in Deserts, but there will still have that mothership progression, and ship production progression over the course of the campaign.
I'm super excited for Homeworld 3. Thank you so much for joining us today.
It's my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Yes, now this game sounds, dare I say, out of this world. Yes, it does. 2023 can't come anytime sooner for us to hop on into Homeworld 3. Now, we're going to keep the gaming goodness coming with more, so don't go anywhere.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by Samsung SSD, essential for gaming.
Hey, you! Yes, you! Do you have FOMO? Fear of missing Gamescom? Relax. Gamescom is everywhere you want. Gamescom now. Register now.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
Tune into IGN1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
Now, because moving things from house to house in real life can be kind of exhausting and tedious, the best way to have fun while lugging a bunch of objects around would be to do it virtually. Now, fortunately, that's where my next guest and his devoted team behind the game Moving Out step in. Now, joining me to talk about the sequel to the 2020 co-op moving sim is senior game designer for SMG Studio, Dave Lockman. How are you, Dave?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Now, first off, how did you and your team manage to make moving so damn fun, and what can we expect to experience in Moving Out 2 that'll top its predecessor?
Well, with moving, we always thought that it was it's one of the most stressful things you can do. So we thought we'd make a game out of that and make it less stressful and more cathartic by just grabbing a couch and throwing it out the window and chucking televisions into a truck and breaking them and just generally just having fun. So with Moving Out, we wanted to expand on that and get really wacky and really expand on how silly we can be. And I think we've done that, and we've got really silly.
Yeah, that actually brings me to my next question. Like, I remember having so many chaotic moments with my friends and family playing the first game. It's the only way I can actually get them to help me move by playing a game. Now, what level of chaos did you all kind of like ramp it up to in Moving Out 2?
Well, in Moving Out 2, we've doubled the scope, so we've got twice as many levels, and by doing that, we've taken the Moving Out, the smooth movers group of movers into different dimensions. We started making this before the kind of multiverse craze happened, but now, so it wasn't it wasn't it was us just playing off that. So. We've taken it to multiple dimensions and really kind of gone really silly with it. We've revealed the Packmore, we've revealed future. We've got 2 more dimensions to reveal, and they're really kind of out there. Instead of just staying in space and staying on Earth, we've gone to different dimensions, and we've got the players really moving and running around some exciting environments.
I mean, that's really awesome because, like, I mean, as you know, as the world knows, like, just like playing within the multiverse is like all the rage now. Like, a lot of people are doing it, so I'm glad that's like another. Y'all are pretty much heightening things with that. Now, the first game, it didn't have an online multiplayer component. I want to talk a little bit about multiplayer. So I know players had to use Parsec if they wanted to play online with friends. Is there like a new feature that maybe has that ability kind of built in, or will players have to use like a similar feature?
No, we've built the sequel from the ground up with online in mind. So we've got online out of the box. So players can play online with no third-party software or anything like that. And it's cross-platform as well. So you can, if you're on Xbox, you can play against PlayStation and vice versa. And we really wanted to bring online to the sequel because it was a big part of the first game that was missing. It was what players really wanted, and we spent a lot of time and a lot of development putting that in. So we're really proud to get that in and see players go online and play worldwide.
Well, Dave, you just made me and my mama very happy. I play with her all the time. So she's all the way in Chicago. I'm here in LA. So that's exciting to hear. Now, what I personally loved about Moving Out, the first game, was the unique and inclusive customization options. Will Moving Out 2 kind of like, I guess, expand on those features, and what can you tell us about some of the new features?
Yeah, absolutely. We've brought back the first cast of characters. So they're as soon as you boot up the game, you can play every single character that was in MO1, and then we've brought back we've created a whole bunch of new characters. So there's a new cast. There's a new what we call Fab 5, which are the like poster 5 players. And throughout the game, you'll be able to unlock customizations and little trinkets and things that you can dress your players up with. And we've got, again, we've ramped up the silliness. So there's a lot of silly characters and silly things that you can play as. And we don't take ourselves seriously at all. So we just want people to have fun and be silly. And I think that's what we've done with the characters.
I mean, honestly, that's what it's all about. It's about being silly. So I appreciate that you all are even going even further with the silliness. Now, the first game, it did a great job of allowing you to properly adjust the gameplay to kind of suit your play style and gaming level. What can you tell us about some of the accessibility features in Moving Out 2?
So we got a really good response from accessibility in Moving Out 1. So we've brought all of those same features back, and we've kept that in mind throughout designing every level. We've kept color blindness and difficulty levels. So we want to give players we want a wide range of players to play. So we want it to be a challenge, but we don't want it to be a blocker. So accessibility and just getting everybody in there having fun is big for us. So we've brought back all the accessibility features, but also this time around, we've designed the levels from the ground up with that in mind. So I think it's going to bring in even more players doing that kind of thing.
Now, we talked a lot about multiplayer. You know, sometimes my mom and my friends, they're not available to play with me, so I'm kind of curious, what's the single player experience like?
See, again, that was one thing in MO1. It was not an afterthought, but our focus was multiplayer, and our focus is multiplayer again for MO2. But again, we've kept single player in mind, and there are a few things that you'd see in single player that you won't see in multiplayer, like different movables that won't work in single player in multiplayer that we designed specifically for single player. So it's a similar experience, but we've put a lot more development into helping the player have a bit more fun by themselves.
Well, I'm super excited for this, Dave. I'm also you're forcing me to make new friends because I want to play with more people, and more people need to kind of experience this. And so I'm super excited for this. Dave, thank you so much for telling us a little bit more about Moving Out 2. I appreciate your time.
You're welcome. Thanks for having us, and I hope everyone enjoys the game.
Yes. Now, I think it's safe to say we're all looking forward to Moving Out 2, but you know, we got to keep it moving ourselves. More gaming goodness coming your way, so stick around.
Well, we just took a closer look at both Moving Out 2 and Homeworld 3. Up next, our own Rebecca Valentine got an exclusive chat with Jeff Gardner, who had a prolific career at Bethesda Game Studios working on everything from Oblivion to Fallout 76. His new studio, Something Wicked Games, teased a new game called Word Song. Well, what is it? Let's find out.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Valentine, and I am here with Jeff Gardner to talk about his new studio, Something Wicked, and his new game, Weird Song. Jeff, how's it going?
It's going great. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you for being here. So let's just get a baseline idea of what we just saw. Jeff, what is Weird Song?
Weird Song is a preternatural or occult historical fantasy game set in Middle Ages Portugal, where the player not only will be able to explore that reality of that time period in a very, very fantastical way, but also to explore the nature of their reality. We really wanted this game to be about the idea that there's no such thing as a reliable narrator. Your brain is not a passive receptor of information. We're going to plumb the depths of the player's subconscious and how that affects the waking world.
Wow, that's a lot. That sounds really cool. So, Middle Ages Portugal. What was going on in Middle Ages Portugal that you were really interested to explore?
So after I got part of Bethesda about a year ago, I took some time to reflect, and I was reading a book called First Templar Nation, which is an alternative history book about the origin of the Knights Templar. I'm very into both. I like to read all sorts of different things from different points of view. And as I was reading this book, it was a lot of synchronicity was happening because I had visited Portugal right before COVID with my wife, and we had happened to visit some of the historical locations featured heavily in this book, Tamar Castle in particular, and Sintra also. And as this idea was coming together of really what the Templars were about, again, in a mythological sense, they had this thing called the Ritual Rebirth. And so you're just like, what can we explore in this space that also would make a compelling and ultimately an amazingly entertaining RPG?
Wow. So who are you in Weird Song? Are you just sort of a bystander? What kind of person are you?
This is interesting because we are setting the studio up to allow people to come in and sort of give us their great ideas. So we really haven't defined the story yet or what the player is going to be. You're definitely going to be able to play any race or gender you want, and you're going to be able to sort of, set your course as you dictate and play who you want to play. Again, very fantastical version of the Templars in Portugal in particular. And we want to attract talent that's going to come in and help us create this. So we don't want to define too many things and make it too rigid and let people give us their great ideas as we're building the story.
That's really cool. So I know a lot of people, when they start to make a game, they often have a story in mind already, but it sounds like you don't have a story. You have just this sort of place and these ideas you want to explore, and you're going to let the story flow from that. Is that right?
settings and themes are important in Weird Song, and we don't want to, again, like I sort of want to set like high level goals with the gist of things are going to be, and let people, plus in RPGs there's so many stories being told. There's the main story and all these side stories. I want people to come in and really dictate what they find interesting and compelling, explore different versions of this narrative and this world, and see sort of what makes a compelling game.
Oh, that's really cool. So even though we don't have a story set out yet, you probably have at least some idea right now of what the player might be doing. You said it's an RPG, so I assume there's going to be like some kind of combat, and you said something kind of like along the lines of side quests. So we're going to see like, RPG-ish trappings, right? Oh,
absolutely. I've been playing RPGs for years. Obviously, I was blessed to be able to create some. Hopefully, some people here watching this have played. And remember, this is a coming together of my design director, Charles Staples, comes from Obsidian. He was there for 15 years. I was at Bethesda for 15 years. Charles was in charge of the design for The Outer Worlds. He was a lead level designer on Fallout New Vegas. So this is a coming together of these two great RPG houses to make something unique and cool, and we're doing so with Weird Song.
Yeah, and you haven't just played RPGs for a really long time. Like you've worked on some of the arguably best RPGs out there, right? Like you worked on Skyrim, you worked on multiple Fallout games. What of their DNA should we expect to see in Weird Song?
I learned so much at my time at Bethesda, and it's funny because I have been working there since. I mean, the last game I was able to play as a fan there was more, right? Which dates me a little bit. But, you will see, there's obvious things to say, choice and consequence, but we'll bring in the Obsidian, like shades of gray in deep and in-depth dialogue trees. And then we're going to bring in we really want to have big, monumental, these elements that you can only do in single player games where you are really affecting the world around you and maybe other worlds as well.
It's really cool. Well, I think we're running out of time. So, Jeff, do you know when we might expect to see a little bit more from Weird Song?
We plan on engaging the community really soon and getting their opinions and ideas. Again, if anything, I'll know that games are a collaborative experience, and not only do you want to bring in people that you're able to collaborate with in amazing, unique ways, but you want to involve fans as well to get their ideas and opinions. And there's a lot of fans of RPGs, and they have a lot of opinions, which is awesome. And so hopefully we will reveal more in the coming year, at least some teases of actual gameplay. But we're really excited to be working on this, and I really appreciate the opportunity today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm really excited to see more. Jeff, thank you so much for your time. And for more on Weird Song and a lot of the other games that we've seen this week, keep it here at IGN.
There exists two lies. One before the shadow, and one behind the eye.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by Samsung SSD, essential for gaming.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN One. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered. Check it out. Tune in every weekday at 5 p.m. for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN One.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game, but what if you got a chance to peek into the mind of the developers behind those games as they watch their hard work get completely destroyed right in front of them?
What is happening right now?
That's exactly what happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch, react, and enjoy some of the craziest gameplay by the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a brand new episode.
Gamescom Opening Night Live has made one thing very clear. We're going to need a lot more storage for all these new games. When it comes to upgrading storage for PC gaming, Samsung SSD has it handled. The Samsung 990 Pro and 990 Pro with heatsink are perfect for PC gaming. Optimize the gaming experience with the Samsung 990 Pro SSD that offers read and write speeds of up to 7450 and 6900 megabytes a second respectively. Nice. That makes the Samsung 990 Pro perform up to 55% faster than the 980 across creative and productivity software. And of course, gaming. But all that speed is bound to turn up the heat, right? Wrong. Built on low-power architecture, Samsung's newly designed controller improves the SSD's power efficiency by up to 50% compared to the 980 Pro. Plus, the 990 Pro's controller and heat spreader label feature a nickel coating for reliable thermal management. And in case that wasn't enough, the thermal guard technology further ensures the drive's temperature stays in the optimal range. And if players are still sweating over temperature concerns, the Samsung 990 Pro with heatsink offers an additional layer of thermal control to prevent performance drops that arise from overheating. And it lets them do it in style thanks to the built-in RGB light, which is fully customizable using the Magician software program. All these features add up to make the Samsung 990 Pro and 990 Pro with heatsink an excellent solution for laptop and desktop upgrades, especially for next-gen gaming. The 990 Pro speeds up loading times for PC games that employ Direct Storage API, meaning more time playing and less time waiting. And thankfully, it's easy to install. Simply slot the Samsung 990 Pro or 990 Pro with heatsink into the appropriate M.2 slot on the computer motherboard. Make full use of the 2 terabytes of storage by filling it with all the brand new games and DLC showcased during today's Gamescom Opening Night Live. IGN is proud to be partnered with Samsung SSD for our IGN coverage of Gamescom Opening Night Live.
Sometimes, all it takes to change the galaxy is a trio of losers trying to get through a bad day.
If you happen to see any corpses along the way, don't worry about them. They're just, don't worry about them.
Hello, I'm Stella Chung, and with me today I have James Lopez, Director of Production at Gearbox Software, and Lynn Joyce, Head of Writing, to help me answer any burning questions we have about new Tales from the Borderlands. How are y'all doing?
Doing really well.
Doing great, thanks for having us.
Okay, so I have to ask, because this is one of the most curious questions I have. Is this a continuation of the story from the previous Tales from the Borderlands, or is it its own?
So New Tales, as the name would suggest, is an entirely new story. This is going to be a standalone product inside of the Tales from the Borderlands franchise. We need that. It's a new set of characters, new story. It does take place on Promethea, which of course we revealed to players back during Borderlands 3, but it's entirely new storyline compared to the original Tales from the Borderlands game. We do have some callbacks inside of it, though. The hardcore fans will notice some characters from previous games being mentioned or making appearances inside of it. But yeah, it's a spiritual successor, is what we consider to be from Tales from the Borderlands.
Okay, cool. And where does the story fit in the timeline of Borderlands?
New Tales from the Borderlands primarily takes place on Promethea to start with, and the people of Promethea and living in Meridian City, including our 3 protagonists, are still recuperating, rebuilding, and piecing life back together again about a year after the events of Borderlands 3.
Ooh, okay, so it's kind of like a continuation of Borderlands 3's story, or at least kind of picking off in the environment of it.
Correct, yeah. In linear time, we are again, about a year after the events of Borderlands 3 on Promethea, and so you'll start to kind of look outside of Vault Hunters and more into the sort of everyday civilians of Promethea and Meridian City life.
That's really cool. I don't think we've gotten a story where it's like just the civilians other than the previous Tales from the Borderlands, so that's really interesting. But I also wanted to ask, has the art style changed from the original at all? I noticed the animations and art looked a little bit more like Borderlands' traditional style than Tales from previous.
Yeah, there's always a sort of underlying consistency to the BL art style that people immediately recognize. But some of our biggest changes this time around were things to the models, which are parts like what people see when they look at the characters, that allows us to have higher quality animations. We went all in on performance capture for this game during a pandemic, which is crazy. But we worked with amazingly talented actors who were able to do a lot of emoting, so that whenever you're talking to them and they're giving you feedback, it's not just like a slight scowl or a little eyebrow raise. You're able to experience the entire emotion of their face because of the updates that the Gearbox Quebec team did with the art style.
You mentioned some reoccurring characters that we might pick up on, but what about guns with legs? So we saw guns with legs come back. So are there any other weapons that we're going to see come back from previous games?
There's a conflict going on between TDR and Atlas. Basically, during the reconstruction phase of Promethea, like Lynn mentioned, TDR shows up and tries to take over the planet. And so you're going to see a lot more Atlas and TDR tech around. And people who are that kind of gamer who can like look at the different parts of a gun and Borderlands and go, oh, I think it does this based on this model. They'll recognize immediately some of these guns.
So you mentioned recurring characters. Can you give us a hint as to who we might see return?
So what I can tell you, you will definitely see some familiar faces on your adventure throughout New Tales from the Borderlands, but we also poured our hearts into creating a diverse new ensemble of characters for fans to fall in love with. And honestly, I am most excited for players to get to meet them all.
I'm excited too, but also I'm really excited for what I think we saw a glimpse of. Did we see a glimpse of a fighting game with figurines? Can you tell us more about that, or any other silly interactions we might see that we haven't seen in the previous game?
Yeah, for sure. So your eyes do not deceive you. That is a mini game that we've added called Vaultlanders. We're going to talk about it more in some future updates, but it is something that we've injected into every episode, so that it's something that kind of break up some of the pacing between like big character moments that happen where you're like, man, I need to recover from this intense moment. And then you might just run into a rando who wants to challenge you to a duel, Borderlands style, with figurines.
Okay, yeah, cool. I love it. Why not? It's like Pokemon, but with figurines.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, so can you tell us a little bit more about the new main characters' backgrounds? Maybe give us a little bit of their personalities and if they're connected to anyone that we might know?
Yeah, I'd love to tell you everything about the characters, but I can't. So what I will do is just share a little teaser for now, and fans of the Borderlands will recognize one of our protagonists, Fran, by name, if not by her face. Her chocolate dill pickle Frogurt flavor is pretty memorable from Borderlands 3. She is the owner and purveyor of Fran's Frogurts, or what's left of it after Meloan hit it with a space laser. Octavio, another of our three protagonists, works for Fran, but it's safe to say he's got bigger dreams for himself than Frogurt. He really wants to make a name for himself and leave a mark on the world. He's just not really sure how to do it yet. And then we have Anu, our third protagonist, and she is Octavio's older sibling via adoption. And where Octavio is street smart, Anu is far more book smart. Anu is also a realist and an idealist, and that's going to lead her some pretty interesting directions in New Tales from the Borderlands.
So what is the difference between building the world and story of Tales versus your usual Borderlands game?
Kind of the key difference in building these kinds of games is that with a traditional Borderlands game, you have we introduce the premise really quickly on, and it's like the whole point of you playing this game is to go fight this thing over here. And then you have two paths. You have your linear path, which is the golden path where you're advancing the main plot. And then you have your side objectives where you're leveling up, meeting more characters, rounding out your experience. But with a game like New Tales, we don't do XP. It's all narrative, and there aren't things like side quests. So, the real mission is primarily one, getting rich in Borderlands, which is a very deadly proposition, but also it's all about character growth with yourself and with the characters that you're playing with. And in this case, we have 3 playable characters, and you're kind of bouncing between playing all 3 of them. And so there's a lot of interpersonal development there that you through the script. And we have a lot of excellent writers between our Gearbox studios who have spent a lot of time building the Borderlands universe, but we definitely wanted some guys, and we partnered with key alumni from the original Tales game to kind of help us understand, like, how do you build this sort of thing, and understand, like, how does one choice lead to another choice, but how can it also branch off, and how do you converge these things back together? And also, and I don't want to put Lynn on the spot too much, but we do have a doctor of interactive narrative writing on the team which helps quite a bit.
And how many episodes will be in this story?
Yeah, so just like in Tales, we have 5 episodes. The main difference, though, is that instead of them sort of coming out, one at a time across the year, users will be able to play the entire thing in one sitting if they want to. Meaning that whether you buy digital or disc, you'll get 5 episodes all at the same time, and you can play them how quickly you want to. You can also play them in whatever order you want to. If you're one of those people who likes to see the ending before you see the beginning, Lynn and I know some people like that, and we love them and they're crazy. But if you want to do it that way, you totally can also.
Okay, cool. I was going to say, I think you might need to name them because that is not how most people play games, especially story-based games where you have hundreds of different choices you can make.
Yeah, you can definitely jump around. Whatever order you start in, you'll have the ability to kind of set things up, and the game also makes some assumptions based on where you are in the plot, so that you can get one of the endings that you hopefully are trying to reach. But yeah, it's pretty neat. But again, in case I wasn't super clear, you'll get all 5 at one time.
So do you plan for this to go into a second season or continue making more Borderlands stories in this format?
Man, we sure would love to. But right now, we're definitely focused on landing this and delivering a fun experience this time around.
And Lynn, did you have anything else to add about the development of this and how this has been for you?
The experience from start to finish was a joy. All of the collaborators between Gearbox Studio Quebec, working with the alumni from Telltale, the mocap studio, and the talent that we brought in the cast was just incredible. And to have done that in a pandemic, New Tales from the Borderlands was a passion project for all of us. It gave us something to unite around and rally for throughout some pretty difficult years. And we are just elated to be able to finally share it with the public.
And then one last fun question just for me. James, if you could make any Frogurt flavor, what would you make?
Definitely not that dill pickle flavor. I think in my heart of hearts, I would love for it to just be a combination of all the Dole Whip flavors that you can get at Disney World and just all in one, because I find myself getting all of them every time I go. So just having them all in one sitting would be amazing for me.
Wow. Okay. And Lynn, how about you?
I'm going to name drop one that you'll hear in the game, but I always loved it. Was we've got like a Peanutty Buddy, which just sounds like my jam. I also became allergic to bananas during the pandemic, is a weird thing that happened, and so that is taken bananas off the flavor list for me, sadly. So I think Peanutty Buddy is a safe one.
That sounds pretty good. Yeah, that's so sad though. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Who knew that could happen? But I'm discovering all the things bananas are in that I didn't before.
Well, thankfully, I don't think there are any bananas in New Tales from the Borderlands, at least not that you can ingest, so that's good.
I think we're safe. Safe.
Thank you so much, James and Lynn, for sitting down to talk to us about the New Tales from the Borderlands.
Thank you.
Our pleasure. Thanks for having us.
For up-to-date news on New Tales, be sure to stay tuned to IGN for more.
We're bad at this, like really bad. Tidio has many guns, talking guns, guns with legs.
I'm gonna blast you so freaking bad!
Look at New Tales from the Borderlands. That's one game I know a lot of people are happy to see more of, myself included. We're starting to wind down, but before we go, we have to talk about this and our just overall favorite games of opening night live. I'll just start with New Tales from Borderlands, because this is a game we were just saying while that was rolling off mic, that finally a game that we know isn't going to get delayed, because they were kind enough to not even formally announce it until it was done. So that's a rare thing.
We're in a
nice
good treat. Yeah, it feels like we're pretty safe about that one and the October release date. Like you were saying, Ryan, I can't wait for this one. I love the original Tales from the Borderlands. Obviously, especially in our deeper look, we heard that they brought in some of the alumni from Telltale to work with them, which is great to hear. But it definitely seems like it's prettier, seems to run well, seems to be sort of a unique spin on Borderlands itself. And I think there's a lot of interesting storytelling that can happen in this universe.
Yeah, the original Telltale made a lot of games that I love, but honestly, Tales from Borderlands was my favorite of their games. Yeah. And I say that I'm actually not even a big Borderlands player of the mainline shooter games, but there's just Tales from the Borderlands was so well written. The story was great. It was really funny.
Yeah.
It was just such a well done episodic series, and now I'm glad that this one is going to just be everything in one package. You don't have to wait, weeks or months at a time to get the next chunk of it. So yeah, this one just went like right near the top of my fall 2022 must play list for me. Destin.
Yeah.
Sand. You like sand. That was Atlas Fallen. I know you wanted to talk about that as one of your picks, one of your favorite picks of this event.
Well, I already talked about Where Winds Meet, which we did find out is getting a beta this year. We don't know if that means closed beta or open beta, but that's exciting. So I'll talk about my second pick, Atlas Fallen. That was slated for 2023, and a lot of sand-based abilities, like you can glide along the sand, and it's reminding a lot of people on Twitter of Forspoken, because you have these abilities. But if you go read the description about what the game actually is, yes, it has fast traversal, yes, it has those magical abilities, but you are utilizing the sand to make these really, really cool weapons and hunt these sand monsters to gain new powers.
Yeah.
And it just looks really, really pretty, first of all. And I love the idea of using magic to traverse a world. And we're seeing that more and more in modern games. They're pushing higher resolution. They're pushing higher frame rate.
It's a next-gen only game, right?
Yeah, next-gen only. It's coming to Xbox Series X and S, PlayStation 5, and PC. 2023, no concrete date yet. But yeah, so there's... you can use sand-infused weapons, you hunt monsters, and develop your own custom play style. So I have to imagine that means branching trees.
Yeah.
It's actually by Deck 13, the same people who made The Surge, The Surge 2, which some people are really big fans of, especially the IGN audience. And it's a fast fantasy RPG.
Nice. Jonathan.
Yes.
We saw a lot of games. Give me a favorite.
We did. I really enjoyed one that we haven't talked about. I do want to shout out was Moonbreaker. Actually, this one, I'll be honest. Mostly, I am excited for the names that are involved with it and a little bit of the spin on the genre that we saw. It's sort of a turn-based sci-fi game. I believe it's going to early access later this year. But what really excited me was the combination of Unknown Worlds, the developers of Subnautica, which I haven't played all of, but I played a bit of and really enjoyed it. And they're really great devs. Married with the creative mind of Brandon Sanderson, who is an extremely prolific fantasy writer, sci-fi writer. He does the Mistborn series. He took over the Wheel of Time series to finish that off. He's a wonderful, excellent writer, and knowing that he's involved just instantly made this oh, I kind of want to know what's up with this world, because he has a real knack for creating magic systems and ideas of essentially how combat can work. So seeing that married to a game from a really talented studio that is sort of turn-based, that's playing into tabletop ideas, a dev taking a risk of doing something different, quite different from their last game. I love the combination of all that stuff, whether or not, what it's going to play like, what it's going to feel like, and how exciting that's going to be. It seems like I think the early access is in September, so we won't have to wait long to find out. But I like that combination quite a bit.
Well, regular listeners of Podcast Unlocked, which Destin is on, or Twitter followers of mine, were probably wondering, how has Ryan gone this entire time without mentioning Return to Monkey Island? This is my moment now. Yeah, this is my pick. This comes out the day before my birthday, and it's the last time I got a birthday game that was completely up my alley, that I was super crazy excited for, was whatever year Gears of War 3 came out actually on my birthday. This is the day before. And this is, again, this whole thing, Return to Monkey Island, is so improbable if you're a fan of this series and you're aware of kind of the backstory of how Ron Gilbert, the original creator, a legendary adventure game designer, had left LucasArts. There were a couple of Monkey Island games made without him. Curse of Monkey Island, the first of those, was really good, and then the Escape from Monkey Island, not as good, and then Telltale, what we were just talking about, made a good episodic series. But now here we are. Disney has gone back into, we will license out our stuff to talented developers who are a good fit, and no better fit than the original creator of Monkey Island, Ron Gilbert. So it's insane that this is even happening. I'm so excited for this. Comes out September 19th with the most tongue-in-cheek pre-order bonus of all time.
Right. Absolutely. I've never really been into Monkey Island the way that you have, but the announcer constantly flailing his arms all around throughout the whole presentation.
Play the original. You know, unfortunately,
and the horse armor gag. I'm like, I have to check out this game.
The special editions that LucasArts did in the 360 era, which kind of just brought back the originals and added an optional modern graphics layer and voice acting. Yeah, you get Stan as a he's a parody of a used car salesman, but he sells used coffins. So yeah, he's just constantly flailing his arm. This is going to be awesome. I hope we get a lot of new Monkey Island fans.
Got to get that horse armor right.
Yes, the totally useless horse armor that will just sit in your inventory. All right, well that about does it for us and Opening Night Live. But this is just the beginning of Gamescom. Over the next 5 days, IGN will be bringing you live coverage from the heart of Gamescom in Cologne, Germany. We will have more exclusive trailers, gameplay reveals, developer deep dives, and action from the show floor itself. Destin?
Yeah.
Parting thoughts? Parting PSA?
Well, obviously, Gamescom is first and foremost about celebrating video games, but the global games community is a force of good, and together we can move mountains. Gamescom Goes Green is the initiative to make Gamescom the first climate-friendly gaming event in the world by taking emission-reducing measures, as well as working with climate partners to support energy projects in Brazil and clean cooking stoves in Nigeria. This is just a starting point for what's to come, so thanks to all participating companies and visitors for helping make it happen. Gamescom is also doing its part to support developers from Ukraine. Ukrainian game devs are being offered free exhibition space and free tickets to the Gamescom Developer Conference, DevCom. There are many ways to help those in need. Find your way.
Thank you, Destin. I want to thank you and Jonathan as well, to the crew working behind the scenes to make this live show go off without a hitch. And most of all, thanks to all of you for watching at home. IGN will be back tomorrow at 6 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Eastern, with day one. This was day 0 of Gamescom Studio. We'll see you then.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by Samsung SSD, essential for gaming.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN1.
IGN is your go-to for the latest and best in games, movies, and television. And with over 50 million IGN subscribers, you're in good company.
Oh, we're shooting turkeys!
Thanks to your help, we've raised over $100,000 for charity. Brought you and creators the world over together for events like Gamescom and DC Fandom.
Brenton Thwaites here, I play Dick Grayson.
And made your voices heard. You voted almost 30 million times in our best video game of all time and Super Movie Madness tournaments, and posted over 40 million times on IGN's message boards. The chat must flow. Catch our unending stream of up-to-date news and so much more over at IGN.com or subscribe to IGN on YouTube. And check out IGN Games and IGN Movies and TV for deep dives into your preferred pop culture. Plus, IGN guides to get help on veritably any game from our team of experts. No matter where you are, IGN.com, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, IGN has you covered.
Hey, you! Yes, you! Do you have fun? Fear of missing Gamescom? Relax. Gamescom is everywhere you want. Gamescom now. Register now.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN1.